And they're off on the Wednesday opener at Finger Lakes. There goes the favorite Escape Mission to the inside. Hot Rod Lincoln's there. And down along the rail is Misawa. A length back to the duo of Hyperspeed and Uncle Vic. At the back is Hutch, but he's just 4 lengths from the lead. Hot Rod Lincoln leads them. Long shot leader by 3/4 of a length over Escape Mission, who moves up on the outside in second through an opening quarter. That goes in 23 flat. Shuffled back is Misawa. Launching now is long shot Uncle Vic. The two at the back got Hyperspeed and Hutch as they're midway around the far turn in the opener. It's Escape Mission. He just went by Hot Rod Lincoln. Uncle Vic at a huge price. Sets aim on the leader. Up the rail comes Misawa. Off the turn and into the stretch. Escape Mission trying to finish the job. He has a length lead. Uncle Vic keeps coming. Misawa, nobody else really making up any ground right now. They're coming to the 16th pole. Escape Mission. Michael Davila goes to work and he responds. He's got a 2-length lead. Uncle Vic ran really well as a long shot, but he couldn't get to the favorite Escape Mission in the opener by a length and 3/4. 102.62. And the Dime Super, 6-7-3-4, $53 and a nickel. Race 2 comes up next. The first pick 3 of the day kicks off in race. And they're off. From the outside, there goes the favorites, Spoofy and Anthony Rodriguez for the lead. Sharpoon challenges from the rail in second. Croag Patrick a little closer today. He's third. Then we come back outside. Castro Chocolate just went by Croag Patrick. At the back, a Tyrannosaurus Rex, Kid Emerald, and on Cloud Wine. Around the clubhouse turn, Sharpoon protects rail. Spoofy takes it right to him. These two through a really fast opening quarter for this distance of 23-3. It's a gap of 9 or 10 to Croag Patrick, who's just inside of Castro Chocolate. Splitting those two is Kid Emerald. Far outside is Tyrannosaurus Rex. And allowed to trail is On Cloud Wine. He's about 15 from the embattled leaders. Spoofy and Sharpoon, 48-second half mile as they race to the far turn. The pack begins to draw in, led by Croag Patrick. Castro Chocolate, Kid Emerald's had enough. Far outside, Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then On Cloud Wine. Then midway on the far turn, Sharpoon and Spoofy still going at it. Sharpoon just put Spoofy away, but here comes Castro Chocolate, and here comes Croag Patrick through 3/4 in 1:14 and almost 4. Off the turn and into the stretch. Sharpoon's still there. Sharpoon trying to battle on here bravely. He has a half-length lead. Now it's down to a neck, and now there's no lead. Up the inside comes Croag Patrick. Down the center's Castro Chocolate. Sharpoon's still there. Sharpoon bravely hanging on. Croag Patrick up the inside comes On Cloud Wine. That was Croag Patrick in front. Croag. $2 double 6-2, 34.20. $2 exacta 2-3, 54.50. 50-cent try. And they're off. First one to show was Half Birthday. Now here's the duo of Sun and Wind, and the fastest of all is Darn That Song. Darn That Song to the outside of Sun and Wind. A length back to the outside's Half Birthday. Wabonzi's at the rail in fourth. Then we have Maravilloso, and at the tail end of the field is Lincolnville Beach. 7 lengths from front to back here as they make their way towards the far turn, led by Darn That Song. Opening quarter, 23-1. Outside's Half Birthday. Inside is Sun and Wind. They're battling for second and third. Maravilloso moves up. Lincolnville Beach is out of last. Wabonzi's trails. The favorite, Darn That Song, has a 3/4 of a length lead. Sun and Wind creeps closer now in second through a half and 47 seconds flat. Off the turn and into the stretch. The gray, Darn That Song, Sun and Wind. There's a narrow opening up the rail. Katie Davis trying to shoot her on through. Sun and Wind trying to come up on Darn That Song, who retakes the lead and draws away. It's all Darn That Song past the 16th pole, expanding her lead to 5. It's Darn That Song by 5 on the line. Sun and Wind second best. Then Maravilloso and Half Birthday. And they're off. Poppy on Ice broke about a length slow. The rest of them not really anxious for the lead now. The Mighty Don asserts himself and goes to the front. Peanut Butter Toast tries to keep him company, but acquiesces in second. Then we come back to Drinking Solo, who's third. Fourth is your favorite, All the Rage, and Poppy on Ice trails the field early. Around the first turn, it's the Mighty Don. The Mighty Don, a length and a half on Peanut Butter Toast through an opening quarter of 24 and 2. It's the Mighty Don, a length. Moving up outside now, here comes All the Rage with a little bit of a middle move. He goes past Peanut Butter Toast. Poppy on Ice follows the favorite. It allows the trailer to be Drinking Solo. The Mighty Don, a 2-length lead as they make their way to the far turn here. It's the Mighty Don, 50 seconds flat. They've slowed it down a bit. The Mighty Don, Rafael Rohina Jr. trying to nurse him along on the front end. He has a length lead over Peanut Butter Toast. All the Rage under a little bit of a ride here. Cabracoa trying to motivate that one. Poppy on Ice with a 3-wide bid. Still nothing from Drinking Solo. The field's about to pass the quarter pole. And the Mighty Don has been there from the start. 3 quarters in 1:15 and 1. Off the turn and into the stretch. The Mighty Don trying to post a 9-1 upset here. He has a 2-length lead. Poppy on Ice ducks in and goes to the inside. Takes his run at the leader now. Poppy on Ice up the inside. Trying to hold him off is the Mighty Don. The Mighty Don. Poppy on Ice. Poppy on Ice takes the lead. And Poppy on Ice going to spring a mild upset at 7-2. He won it by 3 quarters of a length. 50-cent try, 732, 58, 62. 10-cent super, 7324, $14.95. 50-cent pick 3, 257, $34.62. They're in the gate. And they're off. From the outside, Puff's Magic Dragon for the lead. There's Perno to challenge and take over. Perno a length. Puff's Magic Dragon back in second. Then we come back to Support the Cat, who's settled into third, as Father Tim rushes up the inside to challenge for that third spot. It's a gap of 6 or 7 lengths back to Castle Cove Spirit. And at the back is with dashing speed. Perno has a 2-length lead through an opening quarter in a sharp 23 flat. Puff's Magic Dragon moves into second past Support the Cat. Then Father Tim. Castle Cove Spirit's catching up. He's still got 10 to make up. And with dashing speeds, 15 from the leader, it's still Perno. Perno with a 2-length lead over Puff's Magic Dragon. Emmanuel De Diego trying to get him closer through a half and 46 and 3. Off the turn and into the stretch, Andre Worry and Puff's Magic Dragon. Andre goes left-handed, and they have a 4-length lead past the 8th pole. Puff's Magic Dragons giving chase down the center of the track, far back to Support the Cat and Castle Cove Spirit, but they're coming down to the line. And Perno's going to win like a 1-2 shot should, by 5 under the line. Then it was Puff's Magic Dragon try, 164, $4.65. 10-cent super, 1645, $1.69. And the 50-cent pick 3, 571, $11.70. Race 6 comes up next. Kicks off the final pick 3 of the day. Scratch the 4 Miami Twofer and the 7 Soul Imperatrice. Race 6. Renegade. And they're off. Journey of 5 out for the lead. Inside is Flute Song being hustled by Rafael Rohina Jr. Far outside, Debbie Darling. These 3 have a length and a half on La Dama Dorada and Lady Lawrence. At the back of the pack is the big favorite, Love Thyself, who's shadowed by the returning City Kitty. Up front, speed duel develops between Debbie Darling and Flute Song. They rip through the opening quarter in 22 and 3. It's a gap of 4 lengths to the duo of La Dama Dorada, who was just passed by Journey of 5, who broke alertly but is now back in third as the field makes their way around the far turn. Love Thyself's at a last. She still has a lot to do. Then Lady Lawrence and City Kitty. The field comes off the turn and into the stretch, led by Debbie Darling. Debbie Darling, Love Thyself, weaving through traffic now with Kevin Navarro, half 46 and 4. Debbie Darling's almost home. Love Thyself, Journey of 5 wanders to the outside. It's still Debbie Darling. Love Thyself is coming outside. Journey of 5 outside, Love Thyself inside. Love Thyself trying to get to Debbie Darling, who holds on. Exacta 9-1, 26.60. 50-cent try, 915, 14 and a quarter. 10-cent super, 9152, $6.15. They're in the gate. And they're off. Stone Guitar breaks alertly and goes to the lead, challenged by in the inside by Honor Among Men. These two open up 2 lengths on Gandy Dancing, who settles into third just inside of Invaluable Will. Anything Possible trails 7 lengths from the lead. Honor Among Men and Stone Guitar go at it. Honor Among Men, a 3/4 of a length lead over Stone Guitar. Gandy Dancing's 3 wide, Invaluable Will's 4 wide. Opening quarter went in 23 as the field makes their way to the far turn. Honor Among Men, here comes Gandy Dancing as Stone Guitar backpedals. Invaluable Will tries to make up some ground. Anything Possible has a lot to do. The field's midway on the turn. Honor Among Men trying to fend off Gandy Dancing, who goes wide on the turn. Off the turn into the stretch. Honor Among Men. Gandy Dancing keeps coming at him through a half in 46-1. Invaluable Will down the center. Honor Among Men past the 8th pole, a 2-length lead. Gandy Dancing keeps trying. So too Invaluable Will. Honor Among Men almost home. Here comes Gandy Dancing to run by and win it by 2 lengths. Dead tight for second. 647. A nickel short of $6. And the 10-cent super 6471. $2 and that nickel. Race 8 comes up next. The finale offers win, play, show, exact the track. And they're off. Breaking slowly with both Thundering March and the favorite playing with matches. New York Riesling from the outside. There's Blue Lieutenant for the lead. Between them backing off is Zuka Race. Recovering from the tardy start. Playing with matches, moves up into 4th. Tries to go around Zuka Race. On the outside is Pure Crazy Groove. And then it's a long way back, about a half a dozen to the duo of Thundering March and Outstanding Debt. 22-4, a fast opening quarter. New York Riesling wrests the lead away from Blue Lieutenant, who begins to backpedal. Here comes Playing with Matches between rivals, moving up as Zuka Race from the back. Both Thundering March and Outstanding Debt are making up ground off the turn and into the stretch here. New York Riesling through a half in 46-4, trying to see it through. Playing with Matches under a drive. Here comes Outstanding Debt and splitting rivals Thundering March. New York Riesling's past the 16th pole with a 3-length lead. They're all giving futile chase. New York Riesling, a 2-length winner. It looks like 12. Ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, please stand for our national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Racetrack announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile. Welcome to magnificent Monday here in Farmington. It's a little breezy here today. Cloudy skies, temperature in the mid 60s. Track is labeled fast. We have a pick six carryover. $1,470 starts in race 3. Special 9-race card today. Here are the changes for today's races. In the first, early double. Early pick 4, kickoff in race 1. Scratch to 3, Joyful Departure. And the 4, Baby Dreams. Scratch to 3 and 4 in race 1. Rider change for the 8, Heeman Harkey. Anthony Rodriguez not riding today. Heeman Harkey rides the 8, Speedy Z, in race number 1. No changes in race 2. We have these additional workouts, though. Number 2, Lady Eloise on September 5th here at Finger Lakes, 4 furlongs over a fast track and 52 breezing. That additional work for the 2. And an additional work for the 7, Cynthia June. September 4th here at Finger Lakes, 4 furlongs over a fast track and 49 and 2 breezing. That additional work for the 7, Cynthia June, in race number 2. Race 3 starts the pick 6, $1 pick 6 with a $1,470 carryover, no changes in the 3rd. Race 4, scratch to 3, Mrs. Monagot. Race 4, scratch to 3, Mrs. Monagot. Race 5. Race 5 will start today's 50-cent pick 5. Rider change for the 7, Girl of Tuscanova to Andre Worry. Worry rides the 7 and scratch the 8, Fidelia. Race 5, scratch the 8, Fidelia. The start of the pick 5 on the 9-race card. Late pick 4 kicks off in race 6. Additional work for the 7, Call It a Night. September 4th here at Finger Lakes, 3 furlongs over a fast track and 37 breezing. That additional work for the 7 in race 6. Again, that starts today's late pick 4. Race 7. Scratch the 3, it's not over yet. Race 7, scratch the 3, it's not over yet. Race number 8. Rider change for the 6, Isabel Loves Gold to Joel Cruz. Cruz rides the 6 in race number 8. And in race 9, these scratches and changes. Scratch the 2 stars, which started with stars. The 3, Dosage and Mimosas. The 7, Kateri Empire. And the 9, La Cafetera. Again, in race 9, scratch the 2, 3, 7, and 9. Rider change for the 8, reiterate, John Berrios. Again, rider change for the 8, reiterate, John Berrios. Fast track, cloudy skies, temperature in the 60s. As Tommy Boy would say, we got a little wind here. Finger Lakes today. Carryover in the pick 6, $1,470. $1 pick 6 starts in race number 3. Again, special first race and 6th race pick 4s today. Pick 5 starts in the 5th on the 9-race card. Post time for the opener, just after 1 p.m., a little less than an hour away. Coming up next is the Monday edition of Takes from the Lakes with Dave Mattice.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice, and we got 9 of them today. A lot of action for today's card. Obviously, got a lot coming up. We got the we got 2 2-year-old races today, I believe. We got a couple 2-year-old races. Kind of a preview of our big 2-year-old showcase day, and that's September 23rd. Well, we got 2 of the biggest, richest races we have this season. The Lady Finger Stakes for the New York bred girls, and then the Aspirin Stakes for the New York bred boys. We're also going to add the Leon Reed Stakes to the same day. So we got 3 stakes races on the same day. That's September 23rd. We're also going to give $2 hot dogs. It was such a success on Labor Day. Everybody loved those $2 hot dogs. We're bringing them back. So a lot of fun. You want to be here, take the day off work, or whatever you got to do. hey, it's for $2 hot dogs and steaks races and some nice handicapping. So come out for the 2-year-old. I'll call it the 2-year-old state bred showcase day because it is kind of our big day. They're basically, it used to be more of prep races for the futurity, which we run later in the meet. But, as of like 10 years ago, 10, 15 years ago, they started getting some rich purses themselves. And you got some good horses, even better horses in the Ladyfinger and Aspirin sometimes. So they should be some good races. The Leon Reed Memorial Stakes that will honor one of our former employees who had passed away that worked at the starting gate. So a lot going on September 23rd. There's a lot going on this week. Remember, 9 races today. We're running Monday through Wednesday. Hopefully the rain holds off as it's getting a little cooler, though, the last few days. I don't think I'm ready for fall. I know everybody loves the New England Patriots around here. It's, we're in New England, New York area. No other good sports teams are around. And they won the first week of the season, so everybody's excited about that. Fast racetrack, at least to start off here. There is a chance of thunderstorms here west. It seems like that's the forecast every day. Chance of thunderstorms. And there's the chance I'll pick a trifecta at every race. Doesn't mean it's going to happen every day, but it is going to be cooler, which certainly the horses don't mind. Now we do scratch the 3, Joyful Departure, and the 4, Baby Dreams, out of race number 1. It's an interesting first race because there is a lack of pace in here. And it's one of the reasons I used 20 to 1 shot morning line. Fiora Rose is, I think the horse might be the speed from the inside, adding blinkers. She's one to use in here. But for me, she's enticing and Stoning Lonesome. Probably the best form, sprint form. Toast of Success, I'm kind of leery about how well she'll do in the sprints, but she's enticing. Made a big drop in class last time. Was running against maiden special weights. Wasn't real competitive. Actually, first couple of races were better, and this season just not quite good enough to run and beat special weights. So she did get the class relief last time. Really responded, and let's face it, Lady Lawrence was kind of the speed of the race. There wasn't much speed in there, and she had some credentials as it is. I mean, she was always right there, and she had a tactical edge as she's enticing, but not just that. Speed got pretty good that day. You watch the last few races on August 20th. Obviously, you keep your track bias notes. You'll know that front speed got pretty good. And Lady Lawrence kind of took advantage of that, and that's why she's enticing, didn't go by. Well, other reasons too, but I think this is a field that she should be able to beat. It is a similar pace scenario, though. Not a lot of speed in this race, so she's got to stay in contact, kind of like what she did last time. I think she's got a good shot to win race number 1. Mentioned the 2, Stony Lonesome. She dropped in class earlier this year to 5,000. Wasn't a big drop, but she had run third, going 4.5 furlongs beginning of the season, and that seemed to be too short for her, as she did run pretty decent. I know it wasn't the greatest 11 to 9 field, but it was better than what she'll see at 5,000. Her next start, maybe she needed that race. It was the same race. Again, she had trouble in there. It was a speed favoring last few races, so she was never in it. Last time just up against it because the other speed didn't go. Little Maze, who didn't even figure to be the speed that day, was able to get the front and absolutely walked on the insides. And then this one actually still ran well. She chased her, if you want to call it that. They went 23 and change, 47 and change. We're seeing that a lot at 5.5 furlongs. I mean, the track's a little bit slower as far as fractions, as we go on during the season, but that's really slow. And Stony Lonesome ran well against because the pace scenario she was up against that day. All right, the speed, and we're talking about that as some of these horses are getting beat because they're in these paceless fields or speed-favored racetracks. There isn't any speed in here. The speed comes from Flora Rose, possibly. I mean, it's not like she's shown much speed in her first 2 starts, but she's kind of chasing like she wants to get the lead and not getting it. She was part of an entry that was favored in her first start. Probably wasn't because of her. And then she dropped to 5,000 in that Lady Lawrence race. Never really in it. She didn't break all that sharp and didn't fire at all. She'll go first time Lasix. Maybe that could wake her up a little bit. But the other part is drawing the rail. It is an absolutely paceless race. This one might be able to hold the rail. Somebody's got to be the speed in here. Maybe it's her and blinkers. I'll go 7-2-1-6. Use Toast to Success. Turning back in distance from the route. All right, second race. A maiden race for fillies and mares. Going a mile 70. Yeah, I was thinking the three outside horses seem like the big three in here. If you're playing picks or whatever. Coquito seems to have an edge coming out of those open maiden claimers. I mean, that's $40,000 open claimer, dropped to a $20,000. Now you're going against mostly New York bred special weights of Finger Lakes. This is actually easier. It's not like a lot of people look at those $30,000 state bred maiden claimers that we're used to seeing from New York, and then they arrive here and they're competitive against special weights. The 20,000 opens a lot of times is tougher than the 30,000 state bred maiden. So what I like more than that, though, is this horse is really well bred for the route and is stretching out of that $20,000 race where she ran pretty well, by the way. And her prior starts in routes, yeah, they're on the turf. One of them was on the dirt where she didn't fire at all. But this is much easier competition against our special weights today that she should be tough. Now, a lot of these, it's not like it used to be. I mean, some of these trainers coming in here, they look like they got horses that are overwhelm our competition, and they dominated in the past. I mean, if Rudy Rodriguez brought 5 horses in a racing week, he'd win 4 out of 5 of them. If Linda Rice brought 5 horses in the past, she'd win 4 out of 5 of them. That doesn't seem to be the case. I know Rudy Rodriguez got a couple of real tough ones in today, but man, Linda Rice had a couple odds-on favorites last week, and they both got defeated. So, you know, our Finger Lakes horses, they're not slouches here, but we'll see how these do. I mean, Coquito, I like the breeding too. I mean, you look at it, Connect out of a dam by Uncle Mo. It's a Kentucky bred, going against mostly New York breds. It's a lot to like on Coquito. Going home now, what can you say? I mean, the horse is right there every time, knocking at the door, you want to say, hitting the top 3, not getting perfect trips as far as the pace flow is concerned, but ran a solid top 3 finish last time. Maybe faded a little bit. She got out there with the pace. They didn't go that fast. They went 50 to the half over a good racetrack. She got a fast racetrack today. Pretty well bred. I remember Miss Dragon Lady. That shows that I've been here too long. So I remember Miss Dragon Lady here at Finger Lakes, of course, by Victory Gallop. So the routes should not be an issue and hasn't been for going home now. It's just a matter of breaking through this maiden condition. A must use in the top 3, though. The tricky read is the 7, Cynthia June. Now, we've seen horses like this win here at Finger Lakes. I remember the turf to dirt horse for M. Anthony Ferraro that won earlier in the season. I think it was a maiden race. This is $65,000 a yearling, but the problem with this horse is, yes, she's very well bred for the turf. Sometimes you see these horses turf to dirt. They're not that strongly bred for the turf anyway. But this one is, especially, I'm talking more on the dam side. I know McLean's music can run on either, but the dam side is strong turf breeding. See how she handles the dirt today. If she does, major factor. And I'd have to use her in pick 4s just because of that. A Virginia bred. You know, see many of those. We'll be running down in Colonial Downs. Actually, this one did in the last start. 8-6-7-3. All right, third race, an allowance race. This race starts the pick 6, a $1 pick 6 minimum. And you can kind of narrow this one down. Now, there is plenty of pace in this race. Miss Wobbles looks to be the inside speed and won't be alone. Has Queen over 3s, and She's a Freud outside of her, although I'd like to see She's a Freud maybe sit just off those other 2. City Blocks lost all chance at the start last time. When I say lost all chance at the start, she lost all chance at the start. Sometimes you say slow start, they kind of overcome it to be third, get back in the race. But the way this one broke was out of the race. So draw a line through the last race, and you got to go back to her prior start, which was her first start over the track, where she ran second behind Sweet Anniversary. And what was Sweet Anniversary do to this field? Win by a lot. I mean, and this one actually kind of made a run. I mean, Sweet Anniversary still won pretty easily, but this one did at least make it close and won 12 and change. So if she breaks better today, you got to think City Blocks is going to be awfully tough in race number 3. Obviously, there's some question marks. She stays here and change trainer, stays here with Michael S. Ferraro. That should be a positive, though. The 4, She's a Freud. Yeah, I got mixed up in the pace last time, pressed into defeat, and they came home fast at 111. And it wasn't like I should say, Unicorn Cake was an impressive winner. I mean, this horse just shot through the rail and absolutely blew that field away by multiple lengths. There's nobody beating that horse that day for Jeremiah Engelhardt. So she did 111 and change. The rest of them didn't. The rest of them are just running a different race. But the previous starts, if you draw a line through that last race because of the winner, the previous 2 starts aren't bad. Comes out of the same race as City Blocks, where Sweet Anniversary won. Obviously, City Blocks ran better, but finishing ahead of her. She was wide though, and so maybe you can make a case that she could turn the tables on City Blocks, and she could be the main threat. Although the other one would be Like a Rolling Stone. We'll see if this one can rate and pounce because she's outside, so. Obviously, it depends on how the track's playing. It is only 5.5, but this could be ideal at 5.5. If she's a one-run horse, she could probably sit just off of the speed of Miss Wobbles and Queens over 3s, and possibly She's a Freud, depending on the pace flow. So she could be in a good position to stalk and pounce in here, and she's not that badly beaten the last couple races. Chance, but I think that's pretty much what it is. 1-4-6. In race number 3. And let's just see Hood on. She's a Bernardini. That one showing some. Would have to improve, though, coming up off of the claim. Okay, 4th race. A maiden race. This for 2-year-old fillies. Bench, you got a few maiden races, a couple 2-year-old races. So we'll see if somebody comes out of here that's impressive enough to try them in the Ladyfinger Stakes. We'll be seeing more and more of the 2-year-old races leading up to that. I mean, we'll get a few before September 23rd. Yeah, I got both 2-year-old races. I got M. Anthony Ferraro, so I'm hoping his young horses do pretty well today. Like Pan Law, one of the things that stick out, I mean, I was a Tiz the Law fan. I thought that horse, probably if it wasn't a COVID year, a normal year, could have had a good run at the Triple Crown. That was just my opinion. People could disagree with me, but I thought that horse was very impressive, maybe even better than Funny Side for second. You know, that's just my opinion again. But, I mean, the Tiz-the-Law, you're seeing more and more sprinters come out of by him, and he was a strong route horse. The dam side's definitely sprint. This is the second foal of the dam. That was a sprinter. Not great breeding. I mean, you got Painter on there is not bad, but not great breeding on that damn side. But you can't ignore the works. When you see Bullet Works for 2-year-olds, and you know, when I see Bullet Works for older horses, if they're doing, just because they work the fastest that day doesn't necessarily mean anything, especially if there's less than 10 horses working. But when you see it for 2-year-olds, I kind of take a second look because, let's face it, they're working against older horses. The times and numbers that 2-year-olds are getting here at Finger Lakes versus the older horses, they're almost equal to just better than 5,000. They're equal to 5,000 claimers. So when you see Bullet Works and outworking the horses that day, man, it makes you take a couple look. And you've got a few of them today that got some Bullet Works. So I'm going to go Light Pan Law for M. Anthony Ferraro in race number 4 in the 2-year-old race. I will use the Niz and Torelli for second off of not the greatest of trips. If you kind of watch the trip that this horse had, not that I'm saying she would have won the race. They weren't going to beat Idle Gossip that day. She's just too tough. But Maybe she would have been a little closer with a better trip. Second start, you got to expect improvement from Slow Ready. And they got to use somebody for third. Listen, I didn't love anybody else in here. I mean, Ashton lays a busting stone. She could improve off of a race. Country Manor, I do like the works on this one. She shows a bullet work. The problem is the dam's only win was on the turf. It's got a little bit more turf than dirt breeding. Sometimes that doesn't matter if the horse has got a little talent making their first start. The dam's a half to West Hills Giant was a multiple stakes winner. There's some good breeding in there. Out of a dam by Big Brown. You'd probably want to see the horse go a little longer, but the 48 work is kind of take a second look at this one as well. So I'm going to throw her in third. I'm going to go the 1, 6, 7. I'll throw in the 4 for fourth in our first of 2-year-old races. This one for the fillies, the young girls. All right, fifth race, kind of a significant scratch. Fidalia definitely played in there. I'm looking at this from a pace flow, and I'm going a little bit of a price, at least on the morning line, with the 1 Christmas Dinner. Like I said, there isn't much speed. You got Betty Rubble, who's not as fast as she used to be, and Sweet Invasion. Nothing else, really. I thought Christmas Dinner, if she plays her cards right here, not necessarily send. I don't like when this horse sends, so to speak, when she's been too aggressive, like a couple starts where she finished second this year, although she did run pretty well. I think she could just kind of ease out there and inherit the lead and maybe get a clear lead from that inside position and have a tactical edge on this field. Again, Betty Rubble's the only other one that shows any kind of speed. And I think Christmas Dinner at this point in her career is a lot faster than that one and doesn't need to be. 6 furlongs sometimes is a good distance when you got that tactical edge and there's not a lot of speed. You got the rail. You could just relax, get out there, control the pace. And I think Christmas Dinner can pull off, according to the morning line, a minor upset in this race. The New Miami's probably going to be the one that gets bet in here. Of course, kind of pointed out Christmas Dinner. Maybe that one will get played out too. But the New Miami's the logical horse, dropping back down to 5,000. You look at the last 3 starts she's had for 5,000. Ramon's son, Ramon Vasquez Jr., came in, and what a great jockey he is, and ran second a couple times and then couldn't overcome the start the other time that he came in here when she ran for 5,000. Last start she was a little over ahead at the 11 to 9 level, so she's back to 5,000. She's a strong player in here, and she might just be better than these with the company kept in the past. Sweet Invasion I'll use for third just because I don't like anybody else for third, but I would use 1 and 5 in race number 5, and I'm going to go the 1, 5, and 3. A little bit of a price morning line. I think they'll play her a little bit though. 6th race is a maiden race. This for 3 and ups that goes a distance of 6 furlongs. This is an interesting race because you do have some inexperienced horses that got every reason to be runners. Got another Rudy Rodriguez trainee, so I'm on the Rudy Rodriguez bandwagon today. Really tough to go against this horse. I know you got some young horses who are inexperienced that could improve off of their recent starts. But Shaking the Bell, I know she's had a lot of chances. 10 starts, or he has a lot of chances, 10 starts. But they are against a lot tougher. Here's another one like the one earlier, coming out of, it's not a New York bred, this is a Kentucky bred, going against mostly state breds. He's supposed to do pretty well against our maiden special weights. Even though those are 20s, I know they're kind of cheap, but they're better than our special weights. And this one just missed a couple starts back. Again, I think the one concern is you got to ask yourself, does this horse want to win? I wouldn't single mainly because of that. You know, you got a second, a third, and then a fourth. Is he just running against some tough horses that are beating him, or is he playing around getting second and third? And he's a beaten favorite in 2 of those races, so that is a little bit of a concern. But I think he might have found a field he could beat and maybe gets it done. I will use the 8, not my type, for second. A little bit of a long shot in here. Maybe not. I mean, 6 to 1 morning line. But if you watch the trip that this horse had, to overcome it to be third, it's a big effort for a first-time starter. It was a horrible start. I mean, this horse was off terribly. you would think for a firster would be out of the race, but he still made a move and hit the board. I know the number wasn't good, the time wasn't ridiculously fast, it was an off track, but just to overcome that shows that this horse has got a little talent and might be worth a look at a little bit of a price for Sabine. The 6 of Saratoga Weekend, another one that didn't have all that great beginning, couldn't overcome it. It was probably a tougher race that he comes out of. I mean, Joe West kind of had everything his own way, and the horse that won was just much the best. This is another Destin. I mean, we've seen a few good Destins this year. Didn't take much for any money in his debut, and the works were a little bit slow going in, but it stays at 6 furlongs. I think at least got a little experience in that race, and now goes to Andre Worry. I think you'll see some big improvement. You can't let Engelhart go off at odds of 6-1 anyway. I'm going to use him third. Fourth, they'll call it a night. Took a lot of money in his debut and showed absolutely nothing, but maybe had a little bit to do with the off track. He caught the slop in his debut, had good works leading up to. I think that's why the horse took a lot of play. I mean, Anthony Ferraro takes a lot of play. I think was it last week? I was handicapping the race, and I'm like, why? I mean, it was a switch of trainer to Ferraro. I'm like, why is this horse the favorite? And then they proved me wrong. The horse did go off the favorite, got an easy lead, won pretty easy. So that's how good Ferraro is doing this year. Everything he touches is turning into gold, and I think Call of the Night's got to be considered in race number 6. You can't be right all the time. 7th race, scratch the 4. It's not over yet. And speaking of Ferraro, you got to look at this entry. You got a firster who's shooting bullets, but this horse coming in, King's Leap, looks awfully formidable in this 2-year-old event, just based on who he's been running up against. I mean, I know they're state-bred maidens, but they're maiden special weight 2-year-olds at Saratoga. And you'll get some tough ones at Saratoga. He ran third in his debut. I think I saw a few people running around playing this horse when I was working security. Followed it up where he ran fourth, tried a mile last time, and actually ran very well. I mean, it was an off-the-turf event where he was wide in that race. He added blinkers and responded to the route with a third. I don't always like cutbacks, but the horse is going to be fit. The horse has got some experience. It's just a matter of, is he going to have any speed? I mean, he's probably going to have to pick up some pieces. A lot of times with these early 2-year-old races of Finger Lakes, horses go gate to wire. A lot of times. I'd say at least 3 out of 5. I think I'm making up some percentages there, but I'm just saying in general, from what I've seen in the past, a lot of times they win on the front. And he's going to have to make at least close to the lead, if not. But well bred, the dam's a half to a graded stakes winner. Again, coming from Saratoga. And you got the firster who may have some speed, who also plays it here. I mean, the dam of that one's a $300,000 yearling, half to a stakes winner. And you can't ignore the works, although those works over off tracks. Maybe with an off track, that one will like it. Going to go the entry on top. Eddie Davis has got a good one here in Brink. Only had the one Finger Lakes start and ran second to Mr. Sugar Daddy, who had an impressive effort. But this one ran well, too. That was the first time adding blinkers, first time over the track. They thought enough of him to run him back at Saratoga and had a trouble trip. So comes back to Finger Lakes. I think the field's a little tougher, though, than the field he was up against when he was here before, except for the exception of Mr. Sugar Daddy moving on, or else you'd like him a lot. But I'm going to use him second off of the Finger Lakes effort that he did have. The 7 is highs and lows for Kevin Rice. This is a $25,000 yearling, half to 3 stakes winners, including multiple stakes winner, Starry Pursuit. So the breeding is there. I mean, the big question mark, obviously, when you see these horses that are running at Presque is how they'll handle the move to Finger Lakes to the dirt. Sometimes the 2-year-olds, it may not matter. They got some talent. Sometimes they're better on the dirt. But at least he's got some experience. He's been competitive. And you could say those are probably better maidens overall than what he's going to face in here. So there's a lot to like with highs and lows. The 4, see, I'm throwing in the Niz and Torelli in a couple of these races. This is an interesting one because it's a full to Little Matty Brown. Now, Little Matty Brown is a good speed horse. Maybe tailed off a little bit. I don't know. He's running against some really nice horses at the allowance level. This one, by Big Brown with Dan by Johannesburg, same thing as Little Matty Brown. Little Matty Brown does have some talent, and the big thing, had a lot of speed. So watch out. My long shot will be HB Plyson. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. I'll leave that up to Anthony up there. All right, we still have 2 more races to go because it is a 9-race card. Remember, the pick 5, they'll start in the 5th, but the pick 6 doesn't move. That starts in race number 3. That's a $1 minimum. Pick 5 in the 5th. I will give a late pick 4. Give the early and late. I think they'll show the early one right after I do the show here. I'll give you the late as well. I think I hit the other day. I don't think I paid anything though. 8th race, an optional claiming allowance that goes the distance of 1.70 miles. Yeah, I'm on. Well, if you can't beat them, join them. And I must be on the M. Anthony Ferraro. I didn't realize how many Ferraro horses I took today. I'm hoping Ferraro has a good day. Seems like every day's a good day, but maybe 3 or 4 winners would be a real good day for Ferraro. I'm sure he's hoping for 3 or 4 winners. But I can't believe Wait, Don't Tell Me 6-1. I mean, this is a horse that was a stakes horse, a stakes winner. She won the Niagara Stakes. I know it's a minor 3-year-old filly stakes. But she's got some decent breeding for the route as well. So we'll see. I mean, they haven't tried her going long, except for recently anyway, except for that race at Saratoga, where she was just simply way overmatched in that one. So I think it all depends on the distance here for Wait, Don't Tell Me. I don't see a problem with the breeding for the distance, and they haven't tried her a lot going long as well. And you're getting 6-1. So I think she'll be just off of the speed of I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, which is dangerous because you know how good I Know You Ain't Talking to Me is when she gets the front end. Sometimes you get that speedy track when the track's a little quicker, and this horse runs a hole in the wind. I'm talking about I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. I mean, she was a $5,000 claimer, and she ran a very quick time for the mile 70 earlier this year for Roberto Lopez, whose son is a great boxer, by the way. 81 Buyer, that fast time that I Know You Ain't Talking to Me ran that day. She's dangerous, especially if front speed is good. Well, what am I talking about? She's 3-1 morning line. Man, she doesn't seem that classy, but they've done a good job with her. The 2 Saratoga Kisses, another one like Wait, Don't Tell Me is running in the 2 other than allowance state breds and now stays at the level. Some of these horses are moving up into this level while Saratoga Kisses, Wait, Don't Tell Me have been here before against some tough competition. So with that said, some of them are coming off 1 state bred winners. Some of them are coming off claiming wins. And these 2 have run against some of these better horses. Now, I think 5-2 is a little short for Saratoga Kisses, even though she has been up against some tough customers at Saratoga the last couple starts. Her last race at Finger Lakes was good, though. You go back to October, and she ran here in a similar condition, and she won. So if she can run that race that she ran in October, she's going to win this race. Her last couple of races, though, I know there's Saratoga competition. They're better, but it's not like was any danger of winning either one of those races. So, but she might fit nicely with this horses, and I got to use her in the top 3. The 5 is She's an Arctic Queen. I don't know why she's 4-1 and Wait, Don't Tell Me 6-1, especially when the rider of She's an Arctic Queen goes to Wait, Don't Tell Me. But I've been wrong with the Langpap stables when there's 2 of them in there. The Langpap one usually is the one that they put on the front end and she wins. So I got to think that she's got some talent too. She came off the layoff and won earlier this year. She's been getting some route experience the last few starts, and he's got 4 wins here at Finger Lakes. Some things to like. The numbers aren't bad for She's an Arctic Queen. I'm going to go the 4, 3, 2, and 5 in a very competitive 8th race. Last race, scratch the 2, Started with Stars. Obviously a big scratch. That was my top choice. Scratch the 3, Dosage and Mimosas. Don't have to worry about Ferraro winning another one in the last. Hopefully he does have a good day, though. Scratch the 7, Kateri Empire. And scratch 9, La Cafeteria. Now, John Barrios picks up the mount on Reiterate. I don't know if that was a choice by Anthony Rodriguez to get off the horse. I don't know, but tell you what, this horse plays and should be a strong player. Was claimed for $5,000 at Parks. That was a much tougher $5,000 field that she was in. Last race, she was against the 11 to 9s. She's had a good work since then, a little time off. It faces a much, much easier group. So I'm hoping that John Barrios has picked up a good one here. The only knock is this horse has got a lot more seconds. I mean, a lot more seconds than victories. Left-leaning Lucy also drops. Same drop as Reiterate. Comes out of a good race. That was Linda Dixon dominated that race. She ran 1-2 with Isle Storm and Small Pebbles. That was in the slop after running 4th against the 11-9s race before. She basically gets help with the scratches. I mean, even though they don't move the posts in, after they break, obviously there's less horses inside you, so you're not going to be as wide. So left-leaning Lucy, got to be considered in here. Let's Maga is an interesting one at 8-1 morning line. She lit up the board. Probably should have been higher odds at 17-1 that day. But she took advantage of a racetrack that was favoring outside, and it was a little tiring, and won. Unfortunately for Let's Maga, whenever that happens, a lot of times the connections decide to try to change the running styles when it wasn't so much the running style, it was more of how the track was playing and the pace flow of that particular race. But she's not running badly, even with the change in tactics for Let's Maga. I'd like to see her a little bit closer because she could trip out in this race. You got the speed of Trivia and the speed of Reiterate, who I think Reiterate benefits the most by the scratch of Started with Stars, especially if Reiterate's able to clear early. One of the reasons that I like her because of the scratch of Started with Stars. Let's Maga can be a little closer here, sitting second or third or fourth, or somewhere up close at least, because she doesn't want to find herself too far back, even though it's 6 furlongs, and try to make that run again when she only had the 1 around 5.5. This is actually the longest distance that she's run this year, and she has been a little bit better at 5.5. I use Trivia for fourth. Her last couple starts aren't that good. She's been away for a little while, over a month. But if you go back to her prior starts, and even back to last year, she's running against a little bit better competition. So maybe the freshing might do her good. We'll see. She was caught wide in her last race. And another one that could get a trip, though, if somebody gets out there with Reiterate, because it might be her. So I'm going to go the 8, 10, 5, and 1 in today's 9th race. That's right, 9 of them today. Plenty of action, some good-sized fields. We did get a few scratches, but still very competitive fields, good action for this Monday card. We are going to continue live racing Monday through Wednesday. Next live racing day will be tomorrow with a 1 o'clock first post, and I'll see you then.
Folks, the horses are going to be held in the paddock a little longer. We're going to have a slight delay here in the start of the first, so let me welcome you now to a Monday here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I am your track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile, as we kick off the week with a 9-race card this afternoon. The opener is a maiden 5. Starts the early pick 4. Pick 4 is in races 1 and 6 today on the 9-race card. Pick 5 will go in race number 5. I don't have a lot to say here. 7, she's enticing. Second time for this level for our leading trader, Michael Anthony Ferraro. Just missed by a neck. Just about 3 weeks back at this point as the favorite. Stews took a look at it, left it up as they should have. But she ran really well on the drop, and sometimes the best hops to drop. She is your even money favorite, and she probably should be. I hate to say that about a maiden 5, but she probably should be. The 6, Toast of Success, cuts back from a bunch of tries, 3 tries, in fact, at a mile and 70 to the sprints. I don't know if she's a sprinter, but I'll tell you what, there's just not much going on in here. And maybe the cut back in distance will help her cause. She made the lead off the turn last time out and just got run down late. And then finally, the interesting one here, I think, is the longest shot on the board, the 5, Hidden War Dance. First time Lasix, and this horse ran against special weight competition at Aqueduct twice, up here against Open once, and now is in for the nickel with the Lasix first time, off the trainer change. I always look for something a little different in these races. So I wanted to throw this horse in the mix. I used this horse in the pick 4 too because none of these horses scare me. Toast of Success, she's enticing. They're the first 2 choices. It's hard for me to envision one of those 2 getting beat. And if they do, I would imagine it's Hidden War Dance. So at the price the ticket's only $18. It's 5, 6, 7 with 2, 3, 8 with 1 4, 5, 6 for the extra $6. A horse like this, the longest shot on the board, he's a little bit of a separator. She is, I should say, a little bit of a separator. So you want to try and get those horses in your tickets if your bankroll affords it. 7, 6, 5, I used all 3 of them in the pick 4. Racing World lost a gem yesterday. Former trainer Chuck Simon passed away after a brief but intense battle with cancer. As Chuck was, not an exact age. Chuck was in his mid-50s. Loved this game like nobody else. Maybe people love it as much, but nobody loved this game more than he did. A frequent visitor to Finger Lakes. He won the 2000 Genesee Valley on August 5th with a horse named Saratoga Sunrise amongst his winners here at the Farmington Oval. Most notably trained for Ken Ramsey for a long time. Had a horse named Battle One win a couple of graded stakes races and run well in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. In recent times, Chuck started a feed company that actually helped the horsemen. He tried to keep his costs and his prices down as best as could, and helped his brethren because he knew for so many years what it was like to go through. He was an assistant trainer to Nick Zito and Alan Jerkins, 2 of the greatest of all time, 2 obvious Hall of Famers, and also brought Kelly Kipp here when Kelly Kipp did his winning here at Finger Lakes in the mid-90s for Hobo Farm and the late, great Alan Jerkins. I know Alan was waiting with a rub rag, and Kelly Kipp was probably waiting for a carrot yesterday when Chuck passed. The racing world and the world in general was a better place when Chuck was in it. And we love you, Chuck, and miss you. Rest in peace, and enjoy the rest of the races for wherever you are now, probably somewhere up in the sky. The problem in the paddock has been remedied. The field is saddled up. Jocks are up, headed to the track. Post time for the opener is a little over 2 minutes away, and we'll meet the field when they come out to the racetrack. And the field for the Monday openers made its way to the track. The 1 is Flora Rose. Kevin Navarro rides. The 2 is Stony Lonesome. Carlos Camillo's in the saddle. Scratch the 3, Joyful Departure, and the 4, Baby Dreams. The 5 is Hidden Water Dance with Dalton Brown. The 6 is Toast to Success with Andre Worry. The 7 is She's Enticing with Luis Perez. And the 8 is Speedy Z. Please note the rider change to Heeman Harkey. Post time is a little over a minute away. The early double and the early pick 4 start here in race 1. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for the Monday openers at the gate, and it's post time. Field of 6 set to load. Flora Rose, the first one in. Followed by Stony Lonesome. Hidden War Dance goes forward. Toast to Success is next. Don't forget, free PP is available over at fingerlakesgaming.com each and every racing day of the 2024 meet as your 3 to 5 favorite. She's enticing loads. Last one in is the longest shot on the board. Speedy Z. They're in the gate. And they're off. Speedy Z threw her head at the start and spots the field about a length. There goes Hidden War Dance for the lead. Tracked outside by the duo of Toast to Success and She's Enticing. Along the rail now, grabbing the lead is Flora Rose. So they're mixing it up early here. Flora Rose, a length from Hidden War Dance, a length more to Toast to Success, who's shadowed by She's Enticing. It's a gap of about 5.5, 6, now 7 back to the duo of Stony Lonesome and the late starting Speedy Z. 23-1 the opening quarter as they race around the far turn here in the Monday opener, led by Flora Rose. Here comes the favorite. She's Enticing. Luis Perez sidles up alongside the mid-priced Flora Rose with about 3/8 of a mile to go. Flora Rose, Kevin Navarro trying to keep the favorite She's Enticing at bay. Here comes She's Enticing as the field goes past the quarter pole. 47-1 for the half. Off the turn and into the stretch. Now She's Enticing begins to draw away from Flora Rose, who's had enough at the rail. From the outside, here's Toast to Success, and down the center, Stony Lonesome. But they're coming to the 16th pole, and it's all She's Enticing. She's going to report home an easy winner. Call it a half dozen on the line. Then it was Stony Lonesome up for second over Toast to Success. Flora Rose rounds out the super in 114-1. Number 7, She's Enticing first. 2, Stony Lonesome second. 6, Toast to Success third. 1, Flora Rose fourth. Returning to the winner's circle for the first time in her career is the number 7, She's Enticing. She's a 3-year-old daughter of Enticed out of the Lonro mare. She's a Stone Cold Dingo, a New York bred. She's Enticing is owned by Langpap Stables, trained by our leading trainer, Michael Anthony Ferraro, winning rider Luis Perez. And it's official. $2 exact to 7.2, $5.80. 50-cent try, 7.26, $2.27. And the 10-cent super, 7.2, 6.1, 88 cents. Race 2's up next. First pick 3 of the day kicks off in race 2. No changes. Post time for the second is in just over 21 minutes. Folks, don't forget to come out Monday, September 23rd. Stakes action returns to the lakes. The Aspirant, the Lady Finger for the 2-year-olds, and of course the Leon Reed Memorial for the 3-year-old sprinters. But that's not all. They are back $2 hot dogs, $1.50 fountain sodas while supplies last. Doors open at 11:30. Hot dogs and sodas available at noon. First post, as is in each and every racing day here at Finger Lakes, is 1 o'clock. Don't forget, that is Monday, September 23rd. Steaks and hot dogs. You won't want to miss it.
All right, in the paddock for race number 2, and no big surprises in the first. Big favorite, she's enticing, able to draw away and get the easy victory. Perez for Ferraro. Hopefully, I got Ferraro picked a lot today, so he's looking at a few favorites today, looking at possibly a good day. He's got a couple really good-looking 2-year-olds later in the card. Maiden race is the second, going 1.70 miles. We'll start with the 8, Coquito, who's at odds of 4 to 5. Ran a good second at Saratoga. And I got Rudy Rodriguez got a couple of them in today that are exiting $20,000 maiden claimers at Saratoga, driving down the road after the conclusion of the Saratoga meet. They just concluded on Labor Day, so not a tough trip coming here to Finger Lakes for the maiden special weight purse, and fits nicely at this level and distance. Very well bred for the route, so obvious contender is Coquito. He's got another one later as well. Speaking of M. Anthony Ferraro, he's got the 7 in here. That's Cynthia June making her first dirt start after running on the turf for first 3 starts. This is a Virginia bred, so no surprise she ran a Colonial in her last start for $25,000. So coming here to face our New York horses wouldn't be out of the question, but she is very well bred for the turf, so an interesting spot. The 6 going home now. Well, what can you say? Very consistent form. She's ran well twice, going the flat mile the last 2 races on off tracks. Out of Miss Dragon Lady, didn't mind an off track, but that's the negative for going home now. She liked the off track the last 2, but she's always right there. Looks like this is another good spot for her to be at least in the top 3, and maybe could break through with the right kind of trip. She's at odds of 7-1. She was my second choice, with Cynthia June as my third choice. You got Mary Union Ave on the inside getting some play. She'll be going long for the first time, but her form was going the other way. She was in the New York bred special weights before dropping for a maiden tag last time and didn't fare too well. So we'll see if the stretch out helps her from the rail. There isn't a lot of speed in here, so I'm wondering if maybe they'll try being a little more aggressive with her to try to get the front on Shine My Tierra or one of the other ones. Like I said, there isn't a lot of speed, so the pace is kind of questionable in this race. You may see a very slow 1/4.5 early on, unless you see somebody try to be aggressive in race number 2. She has the rail, so maybe she's the one that tries to be aggressive from there, but she didn't show a lot of early speed in any of her sprint races. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 2. You got 7 minutes to post.
The field for race number 2 is coming out on the track. The 1 is Mary Union Avenue with Jackie Davis. The 2 is Lady Eloise with Kevin Navarro. The 3 is Shine My Tiara. Jeremiah Flores is in the saddle. Here's the 4, Jason Liam with Heeman Harkey. The 5 is Unbridled Sister. Joel Cruz rides. The 6 is Going Home Now with Rafael Rohina Jr. The 7 is Cynthia June with Cabracoa. And the 8 is Coquito with Romero Mirage. All right. I went to the number 2 here, Lady Eloise, daughter of Audible out of a Coffwain mare. Should love to stretch out from the 5.5 furlongs to the 1.70 miles. 2 tries at that 5.5. Broke a little slow both times. Ran into Sweet Anniversary first time out. A little bit of more of a ho-hum group last time. Races are about a month apart. Blinkers on. 2 sprints to the route. Stretching out. Love all of these angles. We'll see if Paul Barrow can get Lady Eloise at a price. 10-1. Wow, what a big number on her. See if she can get the job done here in her 3rd time out. First going long. Coquito ships in from Rudy Rodriguez. Rudy's had a lot of success coming in so far. 8 runners, 7 of them have hit the board with a couple of wins in 4 seconds. Brings his own rider, Romero Mirage. His son Rudy Jr. has Romero's book. Romero's here to ride some the next few days. This horse dropped in for the bottom at Saratoga, maiden 20 on August 11th, and came running late. Picked up some pizzas to get second. It was the second consecutive start this horse was gaining ground at the end of one of her races. Last time, 2 starts back, was out of the Wilson Chute, that 1-turnish mile. And we'll see if the circuit relief and coming up here and going the 2 turns now is going to help her. Cause she's been 2 turns on the grass. She ran okay on the grass. She actually ran the best figure of her life on the grass, but I think she's probably more of a dirt horse. I just didn't want to take a short price, and she's even money, so I got a little bit of a bigger price than Lady Eloise. And finally, the other Paul Barrow on here, the 3, Shine My Tiara. That's where Jeremiah Flores stays. He's ridden her in the last 3 starts. They've been on the board finishes, 2/3 and a second. She was a huge price last time with a little moisture in the ground. And I do wonder if maybe she was a little bit better with the moisture in the ground last time. I guess we'll get to test that theory today. She's 5-1 as well. I used all 3 in here in the pick 4. 2, 3, 8. Put the 2 on top at a price. Lady Eloise for me. Best of luck here. Race number 2. The first pick 3 of the day kicks off here. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 2 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Set to load for the second. Mary Union Avenue, the first to load. The first of 2 consecutive runners from the Paul Barrow barn, Lady Eloise. Here's Shine My Tiara. Couple of long shots. Jason Liam. Followed by Unbridled Sister. Going Home Now goes forward. Cynthia June's next. Looks to give leading trainer Michael Anthony Ferraro a clean sweep of the early double. Cynthia June a little reluctant. Our spectacular gate crew, and they are spectacular. Being patient with Cynthia June. They just opened the front of the stalls. Hopefully a little daylight will ease her mind and get her in. Ket Brakoa jumped off Cynthia June. We'll try it this way. Other 6 fillies and mares standing very quietly. Well-behaved bunch of young ladies. And a great job by the gate crew getting Cynthia June in. Co will climb on board now. Don't forget, free PPs, fingerlakesgaming.com, courtesy of Equibase, each and every racing day of the 2024 meet. We run through Wednesday, November 27th. Monday to Wednesday here at Finger Lakes. Last to load is your odds-on favorite, Coquito. They're in the gate, and they're off. Lady Eloise broke just a step slow and now tries to rush up into contention. There goes Lady Eloise. Kevin Navarro intent on getting her to the front. He's got two pursuers going home now, and on the far outside, Coquito. They're three across the track going into the first turn. Settling in along the rail is Mary Union Avenue, who is shadowed by Shine My Tiara. Then we come back between fillies and mares. There's Unbridled Sister. To her inside is Jason Liam, and at the back is Cynthia June. Opening quarter went in 24-1. Speed duel developing here between Lady Eloise at the rail and your 3-5 favorite Coquito. They head up the backstretch in tandem along the inside, trying to move up Mary Union Avenue, just inside of going home now. A 3-wide destiny for Shine My Tiara. It's a gap of 4 or 5 back to Unbridled Sister, who's just outside of Jason Liam. At the back, Cynthia June, 48-3. They're moving right along here. Coquito just disposed of Lady Eloise and opened up a 2-length lead. Going home now, gives pursuit now in second. From the back, here comes Shine My Tiara with a 3-wide move as Mary Union Avenue comes under a ride. They're heading to the quarter pole, led by Coquito. Romero Mirage hasn't asked Coquito yet. They went 3 quarters in 1:14. Off the turn and into the stretch, it's all Coquito. Now Mirage goes to work, and she's built a 5-length lead. Moving into second, Shine My Tiara, getting past going home now. As they go past the 8th pole, it's all Coquito. You could say the rest of them are punch drunk through the lane. Coquito, she can name the margin. She's going to win it by a dozen under the line. Romero geared it down at the end. Shine My Tiara second. Then it was going home now. Rounding out the super was Jason Liam in 1:44-4. Number 8, Coquito was first. 3, Shine My Tiara second. 6, going home now. Third, 4, Jason Liam finished fourth. Making her way into the winner's circle for the first time is the number 8, Coquito. She's a 3-year-old daughter of Connect out of the Uncle Mo mare, Troubles No Mo. Coquito's owned by Jumping Jack Racing LLC, trained by Rudy Rodriguez, winning rider Romero Mirage. And it's official. $2 double 7-8, $5.70. $2 exact 8-3, 1880. 50-cent try 836, 11.95. And the 10-cent Super 8364, $10.67. Race 3 comes up next. It's the start of today's $1 pick six. There's a carryover of the pick six of $1,470. Here are the changes for the remaining races. No scratches or rider changes here in race 3. If you turn to race 4, you can scratch the 3, Mrs. Manigot. Race 4, scratch the 3, Mrs. Manigot. Race 5, rider change for the 7, Girl of Tuscanova to Andre Worry. And scratch the 8, Fidelia. Those changes in race 5. No changes in the 6th. Race number 7, scratch the 3. It's not over yet. Race 7, scratch the 3. Race 8, rider change for the 6, Isabel Loves Gold to Joel Cruz. Cruz rides the 6 in race 8. And in race 9, these changes. Scratch the 2, Started with Stars. 3, Dosage and Mimosas. 7, Kateri Empire. And 9, La Cafetera. Scratch 2, 3, 7, and 9 from race 9. And please note the rider change on the 8. Reiterate to John Berrios. Berrios rides the 8 in race number 9. Post time for the 3rd. The start of today's $1 pick 6 with a carryover of $1,470 is in just over 20 minutes.
Horses are in the paddock for race number 3, and Kakito made it look easy. Smart tactics, able to get out there in a paceless field, press the pace, and go on with it. And it was just too good for our special weights. Marat for Rudy Rodriguez. He's got another one later. Third race at allowance event for fillies and mares, never won 2 condition. This one goes 5.5. Now, City Blocks is going to be the favorite, and here ran second to Sweet Anniversary. It was probably closer on paper than it actually was. Sweet Anniversary did win that, kind of letting up at the wire, but this one did run well behind Sweet Anniversary. Last race lost absolute all chance at the start. You could just draw a line through it, was never really in it after the break. So now stays here, goes into Mike Ferraro's name, probably was saddling anyway, but City Blocks draws the rail and should be able to get a trip behind what looks like a lot of speed with Miss Wobbles and Queens over 3. So 6-5 is the price for a City Block. She's a Freud was also in that race with Sweet Anniversary, was third behind the two of them, actually chased the pace, which was a pretty quick one in the slop that day. Last race stopped and also ran into a pretty good one in Unicorn Cake. Unicorn Cake was just a much the best winner. That horse just drew away effortlessly, probably a future stakes horse's Unicorn Cake. So, and did 111 that day. So no shame for She's a Freud, who pretty much gave it up after being passed, as that one just flew up the rail and won for fun. Another one that's you got to consider in here, again, finished right behind City Blocks. She'll look to turn the tables on that rival, and we could draw a line through that one's last race just because of who she was up against. Horse that might be able to get a trip is the 6, Like a Rolling Stone. Mentioned there is some pace in here. I know it's only 5.5, but she looks like she's a 5.5 furlong horse that can just get a nice outside stalking trip. That's what she did when she ran second behind Book of Wisdom. And she also comes out of that Unicorn Cake race where that one was just so dominant. She ran third in front of She's a Freud that day. Again, you can forgive that effort just because Unicorn Cake would probably do the same thing against this field. Those are the main 3 in here, the 1, 4, and 6. 2 of them coming out of the Unicorn Cake race, and City Blocks, who just lost all chance at the start in her last race, and she ran second to Sweet Anniversary. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double Pick 3 and the $1 Pick 6 starts in race number 3.
The field for race 3, the start of today's $1 Pick 6 with a carryover of $1,470 is coming out onto the track. The one is City Blocks, with Luis Perez looking for his second winner on the card. The 2 is Miss Wobbles, with Nazario Alvarado. The 3 is Queens Over Threes, with Tammy Alpander. The 4 is She's a Freud, Kevin Navarro rides. The 5 is She's a Bernardini, Caberco is in the saddle. And the 6 is Like a Rolling Stone with Jeremias Flores. All right, so that pick 6 going to kick off here with the carryover. You know, the day obviously has started a little bit chalky, and I think it's going to stay that way. I have 2 singles in my pick 4 tickets today, and this is one of them. And I really think that starting the pick 6 now with the carryover, and you can see it's almost double the carryover at this point. I think in this sequence, this is one of the safer singles. I think there's 2 singles in the sequence. And I say this is the safer one because this is an allowance race. My other single is a 2-year-old maiden race. I'm always going to gravitate towards the horses that are more accomplished, the better horses. And like I said, this isn't even a claiming race for winners. It's an allowance race. So the 1 City Blocks gets a huge trainer upgrade from Eddie Barker to Michael Ferraro Sr. She's already been here for a couple of starts. The first start in the slop behind Sweet Anniversary was a good one, and then she lost all chance at the start last time. Now gets Louis Perez in the saddle, the barn switch, and I just feel like it's only a couple of weeks, but it's enough time for Ferraro Sr. to have this one in the barn. She is compromised by pace ordinarily. Lucky for her, the 3 rivals to her outside have plenty of gas. Miss Wobbles is as fast as it get on the grounds. Queens Over Threes has speed. She's a Freud, might be fastest of them all. So there's going to be plenty of pace on in here for her. So she should be able to save all the ground under Perez and make the one run. I think City Blocks is going to be awfully, awfully tough. I put Miss Wobble second just because, there's a chance she's not fast enough to keep up with She's a Freud early. And She's a Freud stopped in her 2 starts against winners. So maybe she inherits, because I do think she's faster than Queens Over Threes. So maybe she inherits. And if you're one of those people that don't like to put a single, she's probably the other one I would use because I think she gets the right trip. I think at some point she'll make the lead. And then City Blocks is going to have to come and get her. So I would use her second. And then I thought Like a Rolling Stone. I got to be honest. I liked Like a Rolling Stone last time. And she showed some speed. And then she dropped back. She got a curious ride last time. I did not love that ride from Jeremias Flores. Second time Lasix last time. It was a little apprehensive, I thought. And she's taking money today. She's taking a lot of money today. I thought she would be all of that 5-1 on the morning line, and she's half the price. So maybe that's a sign. When Paul's horses, especially the first half of the meet, when the barrel horses took money, they ran. More often than not, they won. And she's taking money. Everything's relative. Relatively speaking, the way the morning line, how I thought the board would shake out, I thought she'd be 5-1, and she's half that price. So maybe you want to give her a second look. 1-2-6 for me. I would lean pretty heavily. I mean, I lean heavily on everything, but I would lean pretty heavily on the number 1 City Blocks in here. Good luck in race 3. Good luck if you're playing the pick 6 with the carryover. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 3 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post times. We start today's $1 pick 6. Just dipped odds on favoritism. City Blocks goes in first. Here's Miss Wobbles. Queens over threes is next. Here she's a Freud. Here she's a Bernardini. Guess who they're both by? Like a Rolling Stones, the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Like a shot. Queens over threes. Surrounded immediately by She's a Freud to the outside, and at the rail, Miss Wobbles. These three speed off. They got 3.5 on the favorite City Blocks. Then we come back a length and a half to Like a Rolling Stone. She's a Bernardini is at the tail end of the field. 10 lengths from front to back as Miss Wobbles makes the lead. Dueling on the front end with Queens over threes through a quick first quarter. They went fast. 22-1 in the offing. She's a Freud. Poised to pounce from third. Here comes City Blocks and Louis Perez looking for a double. Revving up along the inside. Then we come back to Like a Rolling Stone, and She's a Bernardini. The field makes their way to the top of the stretch. A nifty move by Perez there. Just split rivals and put City Blocks on the lead through a half of 46-2. Off the turn into the stretch. City Blocks dealing with She's a Freud. Down the center Like a Rolling Stone, and She's a Bernardini is a pair. It's still City Blocks trying to hang in there. Like a Rolling Stone, dead aim. City Blocks from a complete unknown, Like a Rolling Stone got her right on the line. She nailed City Blocks. 106-1 the final time. Photo finish, hold all tickets. Number 6, Like a Rolling Stone was first. 1, City Block. Second, 4, She's a Freud. Third, 5, Sheena's a Bird and Didi. Finished fourth. Returning to the winner circles, the number 6, Like a Rolling Stone. She's a 3-year-old daughter of Bustin' Stones. Out of the successful appeal mare Reprieve, a New York bred, Like a Rolling Stones, owned by Roddy Valenti and Darlene Valinsky. Trained by Paul Barrow, winning rider Jeremias Flores, and it's official. $2 double 8-6, 1660. $2 exact to 6-1, 1320. 50-cent try, 614, $7.60, and a 10-cent super, 6-1, 4-5, $4.90. Race 4 comes up next. Another pick 3 kicks off in the fourth. Scratch to 3, Mrs. Manigot. Race 4, scratch to 3. Post time for the fourth is in just over 24 minutes.
10 minutes to post for the fourth. And yeah, the pace really took its toll as Miss Wobbles and Queens Over Thrones, or Queens Over Threes were able to set that quick pace. City Blocks didn't break very well, and that influenced her. She was able to get through, but it was like a Rolling Stone, really benefiting the most from that pace duel. Jeremiah's Flores for Paul Barrow start off the pick 6. She did take some late money and paid $6. Okay, now for one of our 2-year-old races, this for the 2-year-old fillies. That goes the distance of 5.5. We scratch the 3, Mrs. Manicotti. Well, you see the early money on the first-time starter for M. Anthony Ferraro, the 1, Light Pan Law. My guess is that his other entry of 2-year-olds will get played too. This one working pretty well on muddy racetracks more than anything. 47 works, and then 5 furlong working 102 and change. This one by Tiz the Law, the great Tiz the Law, out of the dam, the second full out of that dam, was a sprinter. Not great breeding on that damn side, but certainly good enough, especially with the Tiz the Law. And seems to have an edge on these, at least on paper, making her first start. Obviously not a lot of experience in this race. She's at odds of 3 to 5. The 6 is Slow Ready. She does have one race, and she finished third despite some trouble behind the much the best winner, Idle Gossip, who kept it straight that day. She'll be making her second start. She's got room to improve, and a cleaner trip puts her on the board again, you would assume, and she's at odds of 5 to 1. Got a couple other firsters in here. You got the 7, Country Manor, and the 8, Only Ladus. And Country Warrior out of the dam, whose only victory, by the way, was on the turf for that dam. Does have a lot of turf breeding on the dam side, but nice work leading up to this first start for Country Warrior. A little cold on the board at odds of 7-1. That's probably because most of the play is on the 1. The other firster is the 8. Of course, you got the 5, who's got the tip, but the 8, Only Ladus. The 2 winners for that dam were both in routes. So has had a few offspring, but a couple winners in the route, but always got to respect the connections. Linda Dixon, Hector Alejandro has been very good with 2- and 3-year-olds. Exacta Try Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in the 4th. We scratch the 3, Miss Manicotti.
The field for race 4 is on the track. The 1 is Lippin Law with Cabracoa. There's the 2, Hard to Love with Nazario Alvarado. Scratch the 3, Mrs. Manigot. The 4 is Ashted Lady. Kevin Navarro rides. The 5 is Who's Got the Tip. Romero Mirage look for his second win on the card. The 6 is Slow Ready with Heyman Harkey. The 7 is Country Manor. Luis Perez looks for his second win on the card. And the 8 is Only Ladus with Emmanuel De Diego. All right, race 4. We got more maidens. 2-year-old filly variety. I love the juveniles up here. We're going to go 5.5 now. And let's take a look at top selection. Here's the number 1, Lipin Law, 3 to 5. 3 to 5. There she is. First time starter, Michael Anthony Ferraro. Full disclosure, got a tip on this horse. It is my first 2-year-old tip of the year at Finger Lakes. Can't believe we got to September 9th. Daughter of Tiz the Law, who's making a lot of hay as a stallion. I'm going to tell you the one thing that bothers me about this horse. There's one thing and only one thing. Because the money's there. She's got the right connections, the whole 9 yards. Her workouts on wet tracks are considerably faster than her workouts on dry tracks. Save one. Bugs me a little bit, especially with her pedigree. She's bred to love a wet track. We'll see. She draws the rail. She gets Koa. Like I said, all the bells and whistles are there. And I got a pretty reliable push on her. So we'll see if Lipin Law can live up to the hype. She is your 3 to 5 favorite. The 4 Ashton Lady finished 4th on debut. Did not like the rail draw. She gets that post relief now. She has the experience under her belt. She took some money at 6.5 to 1. And like I said, gets the post relief. We'll see how she deals with a little bit of a better draw, having a little experience. She's on the board right now at 5 to 1. Same price on the 6, Slow Ready, who was 3rd behind the very nice Idle Gossip for Paul Barrow. Idle Gossip shaded a minute in her second start. She did not behave in her first. Behaved very nicely in her second start and absolutely looked very professional. I think that's going to be a decent field, too. This filly ran okay. She gets that experience now, second start of her career. We'll see if she can move forward. Nothing else really caught my eye. Chalky for me here in the 4th. 1, 4, 6. Best of luck here in race 4. Don't forget, pick 5 starts in the 5th today on the 9 race card. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 4 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Time for the 2-year-olds. 1 to 2 favorite firster Lippin Law goes in. Here's Hard to Love. Ashted Lady goes in. Who's Got the Tip goes in. Slow Ready goes in next. Country Manor goes forward. The last to load is Only La Deuce. They're in the gate. And they're off. Both Only La Deuce and Ashted Lady were away a bit slowly. Not so for Lippin Law. The firster goes right to the lead, challenged by Who's Got the Tip in second. To her outside is Slow Ready third. Fourth is Only La Deuce, then Country Manor. Sneaking up the inside's Hard to Love, and at the back is Ashted Lady. Lippin Law leads them a length and a half, 23-second opening quarter. Slow Ready's right there. A 4-wide bid from Only La Deuce. Between rivals, there's Who's Got the Tip. At the rail under drive, Hard to Love. 5 wide for Country Manor. Ashted Lady can see them all as they line up across the track. Midway on the turn, now off the turn and into the stretch. Lippin Law trying to see this through. Color goes to work through a half and 47-4. Lippin Law, they're all chasing her, it seems. Who's Got the Tips right there? Down the center is Slow Ready. Up the inside from last. Ashted Lady's absolutely flying. Keep an eye on Ashted Lady at the rail. Lippin Law still there. Who's Got the Tip? Who's Got the Tip? And Lippin Law, Who's Got the Tip, takes it all and wins. It was Who's Got the Tip, then Lippin Law. Ashted Lady made up a ton of ground for the show, though, in 108-1. Photo finish goes to the number 5. Who's got the tip? First, 1, Lippenlaw. Second, 4, Ashton Lady. Third, 7, Country Manor. Fourth, 5147 here in race number 4. Making her way to the winner's circle for the first time is the number 5. Who's got the tip? She is a 2-year-old daughter of Solomini and of the Scat Daddy mare No Peso, No Say So. A New York bred. Who's got the tip is owned by Joe and Ann McMahon. Trained by Ralph D'Alessandro with cigar in hand, winning rider. 2 on the day for Romero Mirage. $2 double 6-5, 103 even. $2 exact, a 5-1, 91.50. 50-cent try, 5-1-4, 81.87. Dime super, 5-1-4-7, $67 and a nickel. 50-cent pick 3, 8-6-5, 43 even. And the 50-cent pick 4 returns $78.75. Race 5 comes up next. It's the start of today's 50-cent pick 5. Rider change for the 7 girl of Tuscanova to Andre Worry, and scratch the 8 Fidelia. Post time for the 5th is in just over 23 minutes.
All right, we're getting ready for race number 5. Remember, the pick 5 starts in the 5th race with a 9-race card. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So looking back at the 4th, you got the 2-year-old race, and it did result in a little bit of a price. Who's got the tip? First-time starter for the McMahons and Ralph D'Alessandro getting the victory. That's already 2 on the day for Romeo Marat. Congratulations to him. He comes up with a few horses, usually Rudy Rodriguez horses, but he rode Ralph's horse there and gets the victory. So already 2 on the day for Romeo Marat. So we go to the 5th as we are getting a little bit more rain. Looks like there's a chance that a storm might be coming in. Just a drizzle right now. Can I keep an eye on that? But this for fillies and mares going a distance of 6 furlongs. And there's a scratch of the 8 Fidalia. But one thing you notice about this race, there isn't a heck of a lot of pace in here. The speed actually comes from the inside horse, Christmas Dinner. Betty Rubble doesn't have the speed she used to, but she does have a little bit of tactical speed still. But Christmas Dinner appears to be the main speed on the inside if she does use it. She even steps up more if this rain starts to come down because she likes an off track. So she has a tactical edge. She's getting a little bit of play at odds of 2-1. The New Miami looks to have a little bit of a class edge on some of these. Drops back to 5,000 after running against the 11 and 9. Last time in for 5, she did have a bad start, was compromised, but her previous 2 starts before that for 5,000, she finished second both times. So she certainly plays, and she won't be that far behind Christmas Dinner early. She's currently at odds of 9-2. There's a 3 Sweet Invasion. Sweet Invasion has had her chances, but she wasn't that badly beaten in a much tougher field back in July. Hypnocurrency came out of that race to win. Lockbox had a little class coming back from New York, and she was only 3 lengths beaten by those rivals. So she has a cause to and a reason to play her. She's still eligible for the 4 lifetime, but her numbers are competitive with these rivals. So that's some of the players for race number 5. And we start to pick 5. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double also available. Scratch the 8 Fidalia.
The field for race 5. The start of today's pick 5s on the track. Here's the 1, Christmas Dinner, with Joel Cruz. The 2 is the fabulous Moolah with Kevin Navarro. The 3 is Sweet Invasion. Cabracoa rides. The 4 is Betty Rubble with Jackie Davis. The 5 is the New Miami. Jeremiah Flores rides. The 6 is Wine Trail with Rafael Rohina Jr. The 7 is Girl of Tuscanova. Note the rider changed to Andre Worry. And you can scratch the 8, Fidelia. All right, pick 5 starts here on the 9 race card today. And, you know, Christmas Dinner, I kept looking and looking and looking. And I could not find another speed in here. Now, Joel Cruz hasn't ridden this horse this year. He rode this horse back. She rode this 10-year-old mare a couple of times last year. And there's just no other speed in here. I mean, and not only is there a lack of speed, but these horses they're closers. Like, period, end of story. The only one who ever showed some speed was the New Miami. That was going long. This is a race full of horses that just aren't very fast early. And she's fast enough to get in front here and hopefully keep going. I didn't really have much else to think about in here. She gets a little bit of from the 2-year to the 1 year. She finished second in the non-winners of race in a year, 3 in a row. And you say, well, there always seems to be somebody to beat her, and you would not be wrong so far this year. She is winless by way of this condition. But, man, does she look loosey-goosey in here. I would imagine she just keeps going on the front end. I stayed inside. The 3, Sweet Invasion, she drops to this condition for the first time this season. And it's been a long time between drinks. In fact, it's been a year and 3 days since she's got her pictures taken. It was back here at Finger Lakes in the 3 Life last year. And, you know, you look at these races, and this is a dated race. She's never won anything but a conditioned race, whereas Christmas Dinner is 1 open races. And, again, she's just pace compromised in here. And then finally, the fabulous Moolah showed some life last time in this condition. She had been running against much more difficult competition and then found this condition last time. I thought she ran in a pretty good field. She was rolling late. She's a big price at 11-1. I wanted to try to sprinkle something in here at a price. My single in the pick 4 sequence is later on. This isn't a pick 4, it's a pick 5. I came close to, if this was in a pick 4, I probably would have singled Christmas Dinner. That's how much I like her in here. So if you're playing a pick 5, have at it. 1-3-2 here in race number 5. Best of luck. Remember, the pick 4 starts in the upcoming race 6. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 5 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time as we kick off the pick 5. Christmas dinner, the first to load. Usually consists of the Parmesan triplets and some manigot at my house. The Fabulous Moolah goes in. Sweet Invasion goes forward. Betty Rubble's up next. The New Miami. Here's Wine Trail. The last to load is Girl of Tuscanova. They're in the gate. And they're off. From the inside, there goes Christmas Dinner for the lead. She's challenged by Betty Rubble. These two have 2 lengths already on the trio of Sweet Invasion, the New Miami, and Wine Trail. Then we come 2 lengths back to Girl of Tuscanova. The Fabulous Moolah trails the field. Speed dual percolates between Betty Rubble and Christmas Dinner. 3 wide, the New Miami ranges up through an opening quarter of 23-2. Down at the rail, there's Sweet Invasion. The favorite has about 5 to make up. Wine Trail's under a drive. So too Girl of Tuscanova. The Fabulous Moolah trails. She's a dozen from the lead. Betty Rubble and Christmas Dinner have been going at it from the start. Christmas Dinner starting to get a better of her long shot rival, and she gets a half-length lead through a half and 47 flat. Off the turn and into the stretch. Christmas Dinner trying to put it away right now. She just opened up a quick 3-length lead on Betty Rubble. The pack closes in. The New Miami up the inside comes Girl of Tuscanova. Between is the Fabulous Moolah. There as well as Sweet Invasion. Drifting to the middle's Christmas Dinner. Plenty of room for Sweet Invasion. The Fabulous Moolah. The New Miami. The Fabulous Moolah. And Sweet Invasion. The Fabulous Moolah got the job done by a neck over Sweet Invasion. Looks like Girl of Tuscanova got the show dough in 114 and 1. Photo finish. Number 2, the Fabulous Moolah was first. 3, Sweet Invasion second. 7, Girl of Tuscanova third. 5, the New Miami fourth. 2, 3, 7, 5 here in race 5. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 2, the Fabulous Moolah. 5-year-old daughter of Union Jackson out of the Stone Cider mare Dixie Gem. A New York bred. The Fabulous Moolah is owned by Maria T. Geraldo, trained by Samuel Morales, winning rider Kevin Navarro. $2 double 5-2, $432. $2 exact to 2-3. 78.50. 50-cent try, 237, 129.75. 10-cent super, 2375. 56.40, and the 50-cent pick 3, 652. $402.50. Race 6 comes up next. It's the start of today's late pick 4. There are no changes in race 6. If you'll turn to race 7, you can scratch to 3. It's not over yet. Race 7, scratch to 3. Race 8, a rider change for the 6. Isabel Loves Gold to Joel Cruz. Cruz rides the 6 in race 8. And in race 9, knee scratches and changes. Scratch the 2 started with Stars. The 3, Dosage and Mimosas. The 7, Kateri Empire. And the 9, La Cafetera. Scratch 2, 3, 7, 9. In race 9, rider change for the 8, Reiterate to John Berrios. Berrios rides the 8 in race 9. Post time for the 6th. The start of today's late pick 4 is in 23 minutes. Folks, don't forget to come out Monday, September 23rd. That's 2 weeks from today. Steaks and hot dogs. Not those kind of steaks. We have 3 stakes races for you that day. The Lady Finger, the Aspirant, and the Leon Reed Memorial. And we also got the hot dogs. $2 Waggles are back. $1.50 fountain sodas down at the wire. Doors open 11:30. First post, as is it every day here at Finger Lakes, is 1 p.m. Steaks and hot dogs. 2 weeks from today on Monday, September 23rd. You don't want to miss it.
right, 10 minutes to post for race number 6. And hey, we got another long shot. Is a good price winner in there. The Fabulous Moolah. Maria gets the victory. She cleans up in race number 5. Sam Morales, the trainer, Kevin Navarro aboard. The Fabulous Moolah got the trip as Betty Rubble went after Christmas dinner early and set it up for Fabulous Moolah and Sweet Invasion to put in the late run, and it was the Fabulous Moolah who got the upset victory in race number 5. Maria cleaning up. Maiden event is the 6th. It goes the distance of 6 furlongs, and you got a short price favorite in here, shaking the bell as Romero Mora looking for his 3rd win of the day. Rudy Rodriguez already with an easy victory earlier on the card with Mora, and this one certainly has the credentials to get the victory in here, coming out of similar races, a $20,000 maiden claimer moving to the special weight. That's exactly what Coquito did in race number 2, was in those $20,000 maiden claimers at Saratoga, faced our maiden special weights, and made it look easy. Shaking the bell, try to do the same thing. Now, this one has had a lot of chances, 10 starts, but again, tougher competition as those open 20,000s prove to be tougher than the special weights. The Dam is a half to a couple stakes winners. This one was knocking on the door, facing the 20,000s up until the last race where he got tired of chasing and ended up fading that day. So should be a little easier spot for Shaking the Bell. Is going to take a lot of money right now at odds of even money as Rodriguez looking for his 2nd, Morale looking for his 3rd. He also had a winner on the 2-year-old earlier on the card. The 8 horse is Not My Type for Michael Sabine. Right now, big price at odds of 12-1. This horse ran okay last time. Was actually looked like he would lost all chance at the start, off horribly at the beginning of that race, made up some ground and ended up still hitting the board. Ran 3rd behind the Lone Speed winner in Big Baby Henry. Alfgar was the next out winner. That one stretched out to get a victory out of that race. That was the first start for Not My Type, who caught a sloppy track. See, with a better start, if he could improve off of that effort, might be a good long shot to include in race number 6. The 6 horse is Saratoga Weekend, 8-1 on a Chris Engelhardt trainee with Andre Worry. Seems like a good proposition. Goes first time Lasix after finishing off the board in his debut. He broke poorly in that race, so he's got some room to improve. This horse by Destin, another one to consider at a little bit of a price, 8-1. Joe West could be the inside speed here. There does seem to be some pace types in here. He's not that fast early. He does come off a 2nd place finish last time when he was able to get out there with the pace. See if he could do that again. That was the same type of field that he was in, and maybe the same type of race. Inside speed hasn't looked that great, though, the first few races. But Joe West, another one that there's a possibility in here if the pace flow does go his way from that inside position. Call tonight the 7, also kind of like Saratoga Weekend, has some room to improve off of his first start. They bet him down to 2-1, and he caught a sloppy racetrack. So possibility to improve for the M. Anthony barn. This one right now at odds of 10-1, not getting much for play, which is kind of surprising. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 4 starts in race number 6. 7 minutes to post.
The field for race 6. The start of today's late pick 4 is out on the track. The 1 is Joe West. Cabacoa rides. The 2 is Montauk Surf. Kevin Navarro looks to go back-to-back on the Monday card. The 3 is Shaking the Bell. Ramiro Mirage looks for 3 on the day. The 4 is Painting Stones. Jeremias Flores looks for 2 on the card. The 5 is Find the Name with Joel Cruz. The 7 is Call It a Night. Luis Perez looks for a riding double. The 8 is Not My Type with Rafael Rohina Jr. The 9 is Halloway with Jackie Davis. And there's the 6, Saratoga Weekend with Andre Wari. More maidens here as we kick off the pick 4 with the 9 race card today. I went 3 deep in here despite the fact that I picked the favorite, the number 3, Shaking the Bell. Dummy me didn't pick the first Rudy Romero Mirage production today, so I'll go to this one. 0 for 10, all starts for a tag, in for the special weight today. The circuit relief is so important, and it was evident with Coquito, who was going from the claiming ranks back to special weight. Now this one tries special weight for the first time. A 4-year-old gilded son of shaking it up. Has plenty of early speed. Should be laying close to the pace, if not on the lead. Joe West to the inside has a little gas. We don't know what the first from Paul Barrow, the 4 Painting Stones, is going to do. A son of Boston Stones with a couple of bullets on his tab. Maybe he has some speed. Saratoga Weekend, the 6 has Lasix for the first time. Second time, Chris Englehart. His horses have been running much better than the first time this horse faced the starter. So, yeah, we don't know the pace scenario, but I know he'll be close. I know Rudy's come here with a purpose. Again, 9 runners now, 3 wins, 4 seconds, and a third. Just one's been off the board. Shaking the Bell for me. The 1, Joe West, has had 7 chances. Closest one came first start off the layoff and last time out. He had the lead right around the 8th pole, and Marty's Magic gunned him down late in the game. We'll see if he can go, or maybe sit off Shaking the Bell, who might be a little faster. Maybe having a target can get him to the winner's circle today. Put Joe West second in the 6. Saratoga Weekend, we talk about the Englehart horses. Gets the rider switch to Andre Wari. Gets Lasix for the first time. He did not break that well from the rail in his debut. Gets some post relief. Now he's in the middle of the pack. Wari, second time. Lasix, lots to like, especially the price at 8-1. My favorite wrestler of all time is Stone Cold Steve Austin. I'll take Austin 316 here in race 6. Best of luck if you play in the pick 4. Less than a minute. The field's making its way to the gate. The field for race 6, the start of the pick 4, has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Set to load in. Joe West goes to inside stall 1. Not my favorite umpire, I can tell you that. Montauk Surf goes in. Here's the favorite, Shaking the Bell. Romero Mirage looks for 3 on the day. Painting Stones goes forward. Paul Barrow and Jeremiah Flores looking to team up for the second time this afternoon. Debuting son of Bustin' Stones. He goes in. Longest shot on the board. Find the names next. Riders off to number 4, Painting Stones. Flores climbs back aboard. None left this calendar year. Here's the only Saratoga weekend you're going to see. He goes into stall 6. Call of the Night's up next. 2 left. Not My Type. And Holloway, both at big prices. They're in the gate. And they're off. Holloway shows first from the outside draw between rivals. There's Saratoga weekend, along with Not My Type. Call of the Night's there, and along the rail, here comes Joe West. So these 4 have about a length and a half on Montauk Surf. Shaking the Bells there in the mix as well. Shuffled back a bit was Call of the Night. The 2 trailers are Painting Stones and Find the Name. Opening quarter went in 23. Speed duel between a couple of long shots here and Not My Type and Holloway as they race midway on the far turn. It's Holloway outside of Not My Type. Here comes Shaking the Bell. Romero's looking for 3, and he says, acknowledge me, and swoops to the lead through a half and 46 and 3. They come off the turn and into the stretch. Shaking the Bell. Romero shakes the reins, and Shaking the Bell gets away now. Battling back along the insides, Not My Type, but Shaking the Bell grabbed the lead at the 8th ball. Down the center, here comes Joe West. Joe West with huge strides. Joe West, that's Painting Stones actually. Painting Stones, Shaking the Bell coming from far back. It's Joe West under the line by a length and a half. Then it was Call of the Night, tight for third, 113 and 1. Folks, number one, Joe West was first. There's a photo for second. There's also a general steward's inquiry into the entire running of race 6. Please hold all tickets. Unofficial winner, the number one, Joe West. There is a steward's inquiry into the entire running of race number 6. One, Joe West first. 7, Call in the Night second. 4, Painting Stones third. 3, Shaking the Bell fourth. 1743. There's also a rider's objection here. The rider of the number 8, Not My Type, who was unplaced in the race, is lodging a claim of foul against the rider of the number 4, Painting Stones, the third place finisher. 8 against 4. General Steward's inquiry. Jockey's objection in progress. Please hold all tickets here for the running of race 6. While we wait for the stewards to adjudicate, making his way to the winner's circle for the very first time is the number 1, Joe West. He's a 3-year-old gelding, son of Destin, out of the Belong to Me mare Belongs to Disty. A New York bred, Joe West is owned by Keith Dickstein, trained by Jim Aquilano, who creeps closer to 2,000 career wins. Winning rider, Cabercoa. 1743, inquiry and objection in progress. Hold all tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, there has been a disqualification. For interference in the stretch, the number 4, Painting Stones, has been disqualified from third and placed fifth behind the number 8, Not My Type, for interference in the stretch. New order of finish: 1, Joe West first, 7, Call of the Night second, 3, Shaking the Bell third, 8, Not My Type fourth, 1738, unofficial, waiting to go official in prices here in race 6. Again, for interference in the stretch, the number 4, Painting Stones, has been disqualified from third and placed fifth behind the number 8, Not My Type. New order of finish: 1738. If you'll turn your attention to your television or computer monitor now, you'll see the reason for disqualification. In the yellow hat, the number 4, Painting Stones, is going to go to the lead, and right there past the 8th pole, drift in and bounce off of the number 8, Not My Type. You'll see it better on the head-on. Yellow hat is the number 4, Painting Stones. Pink cap is the number 8, Not My Type. And we'll rewind it back here a bit, and you'll see Painting Stones continues to drift in. Will make contact with the number 8, Not My Type. Thus the cause for disqualification. Official: 1738, $2 double 2-1, 166.50. $2 exacta, 1776.50. 50-cent try, 173, 51.12. Dime super, 1738, $71.80. 50-cent pick 3, 521, $432 and a quarter. Race 7 comes up next. Kicks off the final pick 3 of the day. Scratch the 3. It's not over yet. Race 7, scratch the 3. Post time for race 7 is in just over 17 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please note the number 7 highs and lows will be racing with Heinz shoes on today. Heinz shoes on the number 7 highs and lows.
All right, we're getting ready for race number 7. Joe West getting a nice trip under Keeber Koa to get that victory as Aquilano is nearing a training milestone. Hopefully he gets it this season. 7th race is a maiden event. This for 2-year-olds. We had the 2-year-old fillies run earlier in the day. This time we're going to run the maidens, the 2-year-old boys, at a distance of 5.5 furlongs. The other one resulted in a long shot winner for Ralph D'Alessandro. See what this one results in. We scratched the 3. It's not over. And you see the board right now, a lot of early play on the entry. You do have a horse coming in from Saratoga in King's Leap. That's probably the one they're mostly betting, but the first-time starter's got some nice works for his debut. Start with King's Leap out of a dam by Mineshaft. The dam's a half to a graded stakes winner. And this one finished 3rd in his debut at Saratoga. Last race, we'll try a distance of a mile. He didn't run that badly, running 3rd against some tough customers in that race after adding blinkers. So he cuts way back in distance to 5.5 furlongs, and see if he handles that, because he doesn't have much for early speed. But we have seen a lot of horses come off the pace today, and it looks like the one Giant Impact might have some speed anyway as the other half of the entry. Got some nice works over a muddy racetrack preparing for his debut. So 2 for the price of 1 with this entry. They're getting some early play at 4 to 5. No surprise there. Now, horse with experience is the 6, Brink. Brink not getting much for early play at 6 to 1, but did run 2nd here in his only appearance behind Mr. Sugar Daddy. He ran a pretty good race, going that short distance of 5 furlongs. Ran a minute, which is good for the 2-year-old race. Went back to Saratoga, wasn't competitive in that race, but did have trouble early in that race. So returns to Finger Lakes. Jackie Davis back aboard Brink. Would think that his experience would be in his corner, and he's, again, not getting much for early play at odds of 6 to 1. The 7 highs and lows is an interesting one in here. He's a price right now at odds of 10 to 1. He's never run on the dirt. 4 starts were at Presque Isle. And it's not like he's not competitive. His last race wasn't that good, but his previous 2 wasn't that badly beat. Now, it's a different surface, but it's also probably better 2-year-old maidens that he was facing in those races. He's very well bred. He cost $25,000 a yearling. He's a half to 3 stakes winners, including a multiple stakes winner. And I'm just surprised he's not getting any action whatsoever in this race. Now, you do have a first-time starter for Torelli and the Niz. Linda Dixon also with a firster. Sobieski getting some play off of good work. But HB Placence is a full to Little Matty Brown, horse that we're familiar with here at Finger Lakes. Good allowance horse. So see if this one comes out running, because that one was good early in that one's career. So not getting much action, maybe not the most positive sign at odds of 20 to 1. It's a few of the players here for a race that should be a lot of fun. 2-year-old event, Exacta Tri Super, Daily Double, and Pick 3 starts in this race. We do scratch a 3. It's not over.
The field for race 7 is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Giant Impact with Cabercoa. 1A is King's Leap with Luis Perez. Here's the 2, Cast a Coin. Stephen Fret rides. Scratch the 3, it's not over yet. The 4 is HB Plaisance with Heeman Harkey. The 5 is Sobieski with Nazario Alvarado. The 6 is Brink with Jackie Davis. The 7 is Highs and Lows. Kevin Navarro rides. And the 8 is Stegosaurus with Jeremias Flores. All right, a field of 8 left here with 7 betting interests. 5 debuting runners. 3 have already faced the starter. In fact, the ones that have run have all run multiple times. I went to the whole entry. So Giant Impact firster for Michael Anthony Ferraro was working in company with the firster from earlier today at 4 to 5 on the board now. And the firster from earlier today ran well, finished second, just got beat a zop by Who's Got the Tip. Same kind of work patterns. We'll see if this one does not draw the rail. This one, Giant Impact, draws middle of the pack and has a nice little insurance policy. Maybe they're betting the 1A King's Leap. I don't know. Koa's riding the firster, and it's usually that's the first call, and then Perez rides the others. This horse debuted at Saratoga. Actually took some money at Saratoga. Then caught a sloppy sealed track, didn't run as well. And then last time going a mile, finished third. Yeah, I mean, he's raced probably against better at Saratoga and comes here. They're probably betting him, but I thought the first it was more interesting going the 5.5. I'll take the entry. Though, believe me, if the 1A wins, I'll cash. The 7 Highs and Lows and the 6 Brink are how I rounded out. They both have experience. That's not a coincidence. Highs and Lows are going to make his dirt debut, having raced exclusively on the all-weather at Presque Isle for Kevin Rice, who's having a solid season. You hear about the Heinz shoes. I announced it a little earlier. He'll be racing with Heinz shoes. That's common over at on the Tapeta. We'll see how he handles conventional dirt for the first time. And then the 6 Brink debuted at Monmouth, made a trip to Saratoga, stopped over here at the Lakes, finished a good second, and then went back to Saratoga to no avail. Been all over the place. I would assume he's in the right spot now. He doesn't have any speed, though. And we'll see how that bodes going 5.5 furlongs. The entry over to 7 and 6, 176 for me here in race number 7. It kicks off the final pick 3 of the day. Best of luck if you're playing. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 7 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. More 2-year-olds set to head to action here. Cast a Coin goes in first. Taking a little money here at 7:01 is Cast a Coin. HB Pleasance goes next. Here's Giant Impact, part of an entry that is odds on at 1-2 right now. He is debuting today. Sobieski, another firster, goes in. Here's Brink. Highs and lows go in. Stegosaurus got to the gate, stopped. Now goes in King's Leap, the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Breaking slowly there was the number 8, Stegosaurus. Out first is Highs and Lows. From the rail, here's Cast a Coin. Between rivals comes Giant Impact. The gray, Sobieski's there as well. So there's 4 of them separated by 3 parts of a length. Fifth is HB Pleasance, recovering Stegosaurus. Just outside of Brink, as Giant Impact was forced to step on the brakes, and his entry mate King's Leap is out the back of the pack and making a 3-wide bold bid through an opening quarter of 22-4. Cast a Coin. Sobieski gives chase. Keep an eye on King's Leap with a 4-wide bid. Just went around Highs and Lows. At the inside is Giant Impact. The entry has him surrounded off the turn and into the stretch. Cast a Coin. Slipping up the inside is Giant Impact. Outside's King's Leap. From the back, Brink is underway. But in the stretch here, it's King's Leap. He's dealing with a pesky Cast a Coin. King's Leap and Cast a Coin. These two past the 16th pole. King's Leap, Cast a Coin, King's Leap. Experience reigns. King's Leap, a half length. He got Cast a Coin. Then it was close between Giant Impact and Brink for the show, though. We'll check 5th for the Super. 106-1 the final time. It went to King's Leap. 1A, King's Leap first. 2, Cast a Coin second. 6, Brink third. 1, Giant Impact fourth. For Superfecta purposes, the number 7, Highs and Lows, was fifth. Order of finish, 1A, 2, 6, 1, 7. Superfecta, unofficial, 1, 2, 6, 7. Making his way into the winner's circle for the first time is the 1A, King's Leap. He's a 2-year-old gelding, son of King for a day, out of the mine shaft man, mine as well. A New York bred, King's Leap is owned by TLC Thoroughbreds. 2 wins on the day for Michael Anthony Ferraro. 2 wins on the day for jockey Luis Perez. Once again, as you can see on the board, Superfecta numbers are 1, 2, 6, 7. $2 double, 1-1, $13.40. $2 exacta, 1-2, 15 even. 50-cent try, 1-2-6, $9.60. And the 10-cent super, 1-2, 6-7, $6.97. Race 8 comes up next. It's the start of the late double. A rider change for the 6, Isabel Loves Gold, to Joel Cruz. Cruz rides the 6.
9 minutes to post for race number 8. Still got 2 more races to go as we got a 9-race card today. Well, the favorite did not disappoint in race number 7, King's Leap, but he had to earn it as Stephen Frett tried to steal it on the front end. He did a good job rating Cast a Coin, but it turned into a good stretch battle between that long shot Cast a Coin for Jacqueline Falk and King's Leap, but King's Leap was just a little bit better and got the victory for Luis Perez, another win for him and Ferraro. All right, we get to the 8th race, and the 8th race is an optional claiming allowance race. 10,000 is the optional tag. Does look like Saratoga Kisses is the one that's in for the 10,000 tag for this race. The rest are in for the 2 state bred condition. And I'm going to start with a long shot in here, it looks like. The 4, Wait, Don't Tell Me. Wait, Don't Tell Me will stretch out of a sprint. Now, she has run mostly in sprints. She won the Niagara Stakes, restricted for 3-year-old fillies back in July of last year. Hasn't really run a bad race. Her only bad race was a route race at Saratoga where she was over her head. So it wasn't really the distance, more of she just couldn't compete against those horses. Well, they're going to try stretching her out again, but this time against Finger Lakes competition in the 2 state bred. And she might have a class edge on a lot of these. And it's surprising that she's not getting any play at 9-1. Maybe with her lack of route experience is scaring off the players, but she certainly looks like she could be a big factor in here. The 3 horse is the Speed. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, and she's run some quick times in the past. She's had humble beginnings running for 5,000, but she won the 1 state bred, and boy did she. She ran away with that, ran off the screen in 144. When she's able to be on her game, she's quick, and she can go long. She's a busting stones, but I don't think it mattered on July 2nd. So see if she can do the same thing in here. She will be on the lead as far as she goes, which could be a far way, and maybe to the winner's circle. She earned an 81 buyer for that monster effort on July 2nd. The 2 horse is Saratoga Kisses. I mentioned this is the one that's in for the tag. She's been facing tougher in New York at Saratoga. She returns to Finger Lakes, where she won on a good racetrack that day and did it drawing away by 5 lengths. So she returns here, but she's got a for sale sign on her at 10,000 after a double-digit defeat. So there are some positives and negatives to Saratoga Kisses. Obviously, if she repeats that effort that she had when she was here back in October, she beats these. Big question marks around that one, though. The 5 horse is She's an Arctic Queen. That's the other Ferraro trainee, and surprised that she's getting a lot more play than the stablemate, especially when Perez normally rides She's an Arctic Queen, and he's aboard Wait, Don't Tell Me. But she is getting some backing after winning an easier 1 state bred a couple races ago, and then trying Presque Isle competition where she didn't run that badly. So 6 minutes to post for the 8th race. Pretty good feature. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in here.
The field for race 8 is coming out on the track. The 1 is Holiday Jazz with Andre Worry. The 2 is Saratoga Kisses. Jose Baez rides. The 3 is I Know You Ain't Talking to Me with Carlos Camillo. The 4 is Wait, Don't Tell Me Luis Perez is in the saddle. The 5 is She's an Arctic Queen with Cabracoa. The 6 is Isabel Loves Gold. Note the rider change to Joel Cruz. And the 7 is Saloon Girl with Jackie Davis. Late double time here. The number 4, Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me, is where I land here. Ferraro and Perez each look for their third win on the day. This horse has a bunch of sprints on her card. She has the 1-2 turn race. It came at Saratoga. She was wide going 9 furlongs. She was just in over her head. I mean, quite frankly, that was it. The 4 times she's tried to leave the lakes, they have not been successful. She tried the grass 1 time. She went long at Saratoga, 2 starts back. So I think trying her long here with her pedigree makes a lot of sense. I don't think she'll be anywhere near as far off the pace as she is in her sprint races. And you're getting connections that hit it over 20% with an ROI significantly under $2 at a big price. I thought this horse made a lot of sense to take a stab with today. She's kept good form here so far this year in just 3 starts. She got a little bit of a late start. I like this horse today, stretching out. I thought she was an interesting price. She was an interesting play, and at the price, 9-1, you can't go wrong. She's an Arctic Queen. The other Ferraro in here comes back from a try on the all-weather. She's 0 for 2 on the synth now. She got the job done pretty easily in the New York Red A other than here. 2 back, going a mile, virtually wire to wire. And she ran into I Know You Ain't Talking to Me 3 starts back. I don't know where that race for I Know You Ain't Talking to Me come from. We'll get to that in a minute. Let me just wrap She's an Arctic Queen. I thought her race 2 starts back was really good. I thought that made her a player here. Again, Ferraro and Koa, they're 6-1. The favorites, the number 2, Saratoga Kisses, coming in first time for Beth Miller-Saul, and she was in the Smoking Hot Kitty race with Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me and beat her a few lengths. She came back at Saratoga and didn't run well. Now she gets a new trainer. Well, she gets her old trainer back, and this filly's done, mare now, has done a lot of good here at Finger Lakes. But I feel like as of late, and even her last time here at Finger Lakes, she's been really good on wet tracks. And I think she loses a little bit of her oomph on dry tracks. We're going to test that theory today. Now, it's only a year that this has been going on, but I think we're going to test that theory today. Can she win? She could absolutely win. I wouldn't want her at 4-5. I would absolutely not want her at 4-5. 4-5-2. We'll try and get the leading trainer home at a big price here with either Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me or She's an Arctic Queen. The 4 and 5. Best of luck here in race 8 as we kick off the late double. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 8 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Holiday Jazz goes in first. The favorite Saratoga Kisses goes in next. Followed by I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me goes forward. Here's She's an Arctic Queen. That was actually won by No Chalk last week. Isabel Loves Gold goes in. Last to load, Saloon Girl. They're in the gate. And they're off. Saloon Girl, Jackie Davis trying to hustle that one from the outside. There's I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, and between theirs is She's an Arctic Queen. These three open up 3 lengths on Holiday Jazz and Saratoga Kisses. They're tracked on the outside by Isabel Loves Gold. At the tail end is Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Speeds off to a 2.5. Now a 3-length lead over She's an Arctic Queen and Saloon Girl through an opening quarter in a brisk 23-4. Back and forth, nearly a half a dozen from the top 3. Isabel Loves Gold just moved into that spot. Maneuvering to the outside there is Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me, who's 5th. To the rail goes Saratoga Kisses, and the trailer is Holiday Jazz. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me is on a front-running mission. She went the half in a sharp 47-4 and maintains a 2.5-length lead over She's an Arctic Queen. Cabercoa sitting chilly on her right now. Saloon Girl comes under a drive. And then we come back to Isabel Loves Gold. And Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me as the field makes their way to the quarter pole. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Now, Koa gives She's an Arctic Queen her cue. Saloon Girl's under a drive from the back. Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me's gobbling up ground through 3 quarters in 112-4. They're off the turn, and they're into the stretch. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, trying to close the deal. Here comes Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me down the center. That's her big challenge between rivals. She's an Arctic Queen. Ferraro has dead aim on I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Here's Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. Between rivals is She's an Arctic Queen. Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. She's an Arctic Queen. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. She's an Arctic Queen. She gamely battled her barn mate. Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. And I Know You Ain't Talking to Me through a final time of 145 flat. Photo finish. Hold all tickets. Number 5, She's an Arctic Queen was first. 4, Wait, Don't Tell Me second. 3, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me third. 7, Saloon Girl finished fourth. 5, 4, 3, 7 unofficial in race 8.
Anthony, we've got a jockey's objection.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have an objection here in race number 8. The rider of third place finisher, the 3, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, has claimed foul against the rider of the second place finisher, the number 4, Wait, Don't Tell Me, for interference in the stretch. 3 against 4 for interference in the stretch. Please hold all tickets. In the meantime, returning to the winner's circle is the number 5, She's an Arctic Queen. She's a 4-year-old daughter of Keen Ice, out of the Lonro mare. She's a stone cold dingo. 2 from that mare winners today. A New York bred. She's an Arctic Queen, like her sisters, owned by Langpap Stables. 3 on the day for Michael Anthony Ferraro. 2 for winning rider, Cabercoa. Once again, objection here. 3 against 4. Hold all tickets. Results stand. No change in the order. Stewards feel that the incident did not affect the outcome of the order of finish. 5, 4, 3, 7 waiting to go official in prices here in race 8. $2 double 1 5 11.20. $2 exacta 5 4 28.20. 50-cent try 5 4 3 28.75. Dime super 5 4 3 7 41.80. Pick six wasn't hit today. 4 of 6 $42.75. Carry over tomorrow $3,266. Race 9 comes up next. It offers win-place show, exacta try, and superfecta wagering. Scratch the 2 started with stars. The 3 dosage of mimosas. The 7 Kateri Empire. And the 9 La Cafetera. Scratch 2, 3, 7, and 9. A rider change for the 8. Reiterate to John Berrios. Post time for the 9 is in just over 17 minutes. Folks, we got a claim in race 8, the number 2, Saratoga Kisses, to new owners Hickory Woods Farm, new trainer John Grabowski. John Grabowski and Hickory Woods Farm claim the number 2, Saratoga Kisses, out of race 8.
All right, we're getting ready to conclude this Monday card full of a lot of excitement. That last race dominated by the two Ferraro horses. She's an Arctic Queen and Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. We're able to get by I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Look like these seven, there's a lot of bumping in there. Look like the seven got the worst. I think the wrong horse claimed foul in that race, but She's an Arctic Queen was able to get the better of Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me to make a Ferraro Exacta in race number 8. Okay, we'll conclude the card with race number 9. We do scratch the 2, started with stars. Obviously a big scratch there. Scratch the 3, Dosage of Mimosas, the 7, Kateri Empire, and the 9, La Cafetera. I think the horse that benefits the most from the scratch of started with stars is the 8, Reiterate. Reiterate could be the speed here now that one is scratched. Now, Reiterate, the one knock is a lot more seconds than she has wins, but she has faced tougher competition than what she'll face here. She arrived here and ran against the 11-9. She finished off the board, so she gets some class relief, dropping to 5. Took a little time out, but she's got to work since the last race. Picks up John Barrios, and he's looking to get the win here in the last. The 10-horse Left Leading Lucy, an obvious player, probably be the favorite in this race off of her form. Not really a lot of excuse in the last race. Maybe the sloppy racetrack, was she's been okay on it in the past. So she drops a class as well. And the drop alone makes her a contender. And the scratches certainly help as well because she would have been stuck way out there on the outside. But she's never seen this level, and that alone makes her a player. And she's going to get all the action. She's at odds of 3 to 5. Going to be a big favorite in the last with the scratches, although the 8 does have a tactical edge. The 5-horse is Let's Maga. Let's Maga pulled off that big upset on July 24th. Yeah, the horse was 17-1. It's just the way that she won. It turned out that she was with the racetrack. That's why it happened. Is it was a track that was outside all day, but kind of changed her running style, and she's been competitive. She dropped to the bottom last time, wasn't that badly beaten. She can make it into the number in here. So last race, you got about 6 minutes to post. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta offered in the last. We scratched the 2, 3, 7, and 9.
The field for race 9 is out on the track. The 1 is Trivia with Joel Cruz. Scratch the 2 started with stars, and the 3 Dosage and Mimosas. The 4 is Sabrine with Luis Perez. The 5 is Let's Maga with Kevin Navarro. Here's the 6, Central Capital with Stephen Frett. Scratch the 7, Kateri Empire. The 8 is Reiterate. Note the rider change to John Barrios. Scratch the 9, La Cafetera. And the 10 is Left Leaning Lucy with Jeremias Flores. Field of 6 after scratches here. I landed on the number 10, Left Leaning Lucy. Paul Barrow, Jeremias Flores looking to team up for another today. Drops in for the nickel. Never been for this level. And sometimes the best hops to drop has that outside speed. And Reiterate has some early speed. I could certainly see Reiterate being a problem for her early, drawn right inside of her. But other than that, it's hard to imagine anybody else making or trying to make the lead. With that said, I put her on top. I have very little confidence. I wouldn't take 8 to 5. The number one trivia is a little interesting for Deb Reed and Joel Cruz. She returned from the November layoff. She won the second race of the season here at Finger Lakes. And then you see she was spotted. She waited a month. She ran her in the allowance. She waited a month. She ran her in the for 11,000, and she ran her in a couple of really tough spots. Now she's back in for the nickel. It's obvious that she belongs in for the nickel. She's been close to left-leaning Lucy in the past, and maybe if Reiterate puts some pressure on left-leaning Lucy, Trivia can work out the trip here. Um, had I known there would be this big of a difference in price, probably would have put Trivia on top just to be a little snarky in here. But I'll stick to my guns. And then finally, Reiterate should be the first one to come calling on left-leaning Lucy if she does not, in fact, press her early for the lead. Reiterate, second start off a 2-month break. Another one dropping from the 11 to 9 down to the 5. Second off the claim here. And again, back in for the nickel, kind of where she belongs. That was our first race at Finger Lakes last time. She was running for the nickel out of town. Ran for a nickel, ran for 10, 7,500 down at Parks in Pennsylvania. 10-1-8 for me in the finale. Best of luck. PPs for tomorrow will be up after 6:30 today. There's a pick six carryover over $3,200. Get capping. 8-race card. We'll see you tomorrow. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 9 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Set to load for the finale. Trivia goes in first. Sabrine's next. Here's Let's MAGA. Central Capital at a huge price. The last two of the favorites. Reiterate. And Left Leaning Lucy. Carry over into the pick 6 tomorrow. $3,200 plus. PP's available after 6:30. FingerLakesGaming.com. First post 1 o'clock. They're off in the finale. Left Leaning Lucy for the lead. Between is Reiterate. Then Let's MAGA's there. Sabrine and Trivia. A host of them. 5 of them separated by a length and a half. And at the back, Long Track, Central Capital, going to let them duke it out early. Favorites going at it. Reiterate. Inside the gray, Left Leaning Lucy. Headed to the far turn, it's Reiterate a neck. Left Leaning Lucy through a quarter and a snappy 22-4. Sabrine moves up along the inside of Let's MAGA. Then we come back to Trivia, and Central Capital has got a lot of work to do. She's 15 or 20 from the leaders. They're still going at it. Left Leaning Lucy outside, Reiterate inside. Sabrine tries to close in, as does Let's MAGA, as does Trivia, through a 46 3/2 off the turn and into the stretch. Room at the rail for Sabrine. And Louis Perez trying to shoot her on through. Left Leaning Lucy still there, as is Reiterate, but Sabrine just grabbed the lead. Here comes Let's MAGA, and on the far outside, Trivia. Close to home, Sabrine. Let's MAGA and Trivia down the center, trying to hold on. Left Leaning Lucy for a piece, down to the line. Sabrine, 2 lengths at the end. Let's MAGA won a 3-way photo for second. I think Trivia may have snapped Left Leaning Lucy for the show dough. Final time for the 3/4 was 1:13-2. Number 4, Sabrine was first. It's a photo for second. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 4, Sabrine. The 6-year-old mare is a daughter of Tapiture out of the awfully wild mare, Wild Ritzy. A New York bred, Sabrine is owned and trained by Jim Aquilano. That's number 1995 for Jim Aquilano and his second on the day. 3 on the card for rider Luis Perez. It was, in fact, the number 10 Left Leaning Lucy third over the 1 Trivia. 4-5-10-1 in the finale. $2 double 5-4, 52.50. $2 exact to 4-5, 40.80. 50-cent try, 4-5-10, $28.12. 10-cent super, 4-5-10, 1, $11.40. 50-cent pick 3, 154, 22.75. 50-cent pick 4, 1154, $84.50. And the 50-cent pick 5, 21154, $1,834.25. That wraps up today's live racing action here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. The casino remains open until 4 a.m. Live racing resumes tomorrow. An 8-race card at 1 o'clock with a pick 6 carryover of over $3,200. Until then, on behalf of the broadcast team, staff, and management here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, I'm your track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile, thanking you for joining us on this Monday. We'll see you tomorrow at 1. Until then, please arrive home, wherever you're going, safely. Have a great night.